lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on. He missed the complete. He's crazy stuff.
Side Freitas is on the grass on the infield floor. He sliced through. He tags her.
From 500 miles out west under the lights to 500 miles in the east under the hot southern sun, the Pack Majors will once again challenge the breadth and width of all their drivers' talents by pitting them against the track that's too tough to tame. That's right, you're watching the Pacific Majors Southern 500 live on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak. With me in the booth tonight is Bill Soup Zahn, and returning to grant us his oval expertise is James Krahula. Well, James, we've got just a moment for you to go over the track information since we're starting a little late, so why don't you tell us real quick and then we'll get to the grid.
We'll go over a couple of the legends later on, but this track has a lot of nicknames, and none of them sound too friendly. The track too tough to tame, the Lady in Black. This is the oldest super speedway, and it's very interesting. Egg-shaped oval. 3 and 4 is much tighter on the end of the speedway because the original owner of the land, Sherman Ramsey, did not want to disturb his middle pond. So the pond is long gone, but we still have our egg shape today. And this place is bad fast, and she is very moody.
Undoubtedly. Let's get to the grid. On the pole today, it's going to be Blake Reynolds, followed by Taft Baldwin on the outside of the front row. Lionel Kalisto is going to start in third with Chris Pence in fourth. Michael Smitty Smith will start fifth, and Bob Beltrami, Bill, will start in sixth.
Kyle Dunning is going to be in seventh position. In the eighth spot, it's Mark Watts. Nick Hunt in 10th. Ethan Moore, Hunt in 9th and Moore in 10th. Joe Nathan in 11th, and 12th is Elise Daly. James?
Brian Bennett will be starting in 13th. Followed outside of him will be Rob Gall. Jason Pitts in 15th. Brian Barnes in 16th. Chad Barker in 17th. And Drew Lalonde in 18th.
Jared Morgan is going to be starting in 19th, followed by Mike Franklin in 20th. Nick Vining will start in 21st, followed by Wade Hutchinson in 22nd, Adam Young in 23rd, and David Williams in 24th, Bill.
Steve Paulison, 25th. Carl Burke, Matt Gelder, Chris Beck, Alan Haseback in 29th, and in the 30th and final spot is Kyle Murphy.
So there's our grid. Apologies for starting just a little late today. We had a few technical problems, but right on time. We are going to take the green, and kicking us off as the pace car peels in, we are getting ready to go. Green flag comes out. Is the way as they head down towards turn one. Everybody's slotting in the line. There's lots to talk about, but we have 500 miles to talk about it. Looking very clean throughout the field so far, Bill.
Keep an eye on the car number 84, the Lionel Little Train Kalisto, and that Valvoline car. Kind of looks like Mark Martin out there racing. He was the fastest in practice.
Certainly looking good considering he qualified in third. So, one lap ticked off of today's very long race. We have a whole 367 laps to go today. So these guys will have to be patient, James.
And also another thing that these guys are having to deal with is iRacing's new dynamic track surface. They had a long practice, close to 3 hours, and that track was very rubbered in, and it's pretty much just having a rain come over the racetrack. We have a green racetrack now for this, and so there's going to be not nearly as much grip as these guys were just on the track just a few minutes ago, and we saw the 21 there get loose on the very first lap. It's going to be very tricky here these first couple laps to kind of get that groove worked back in.
Now looking out at the field, Blake Reynolds already is on lap 3 here, lap 4 now, has put a second on Taft Baldwin, so he is starting to stretch away early on. Now is that going to be wise, James? Are the tires going to get eaten up around here, or how do they treat the rubber on the cars?
Well, I don't know exactly how much this new dynamic track is going to be messing with that, but Darlington's not too friendly with tires anyway, so even from the get-go, you have to be very conservative on those tires. We'll find out if he's pushing the envelope right now, or he's just that good.
Still very early days out there right now. It's Pearls in first, Baldwin second, Lionel Callisto sitting in third, very closely behind. And a little bit of a gap to Smitty, who's being overtaken by Kyle Dewing. We're hearing that we had a huge moment for on screen, and Michael Smith. It's that Kyle, actually.
It was Kyle, yeah. Boy, he had a little excitement there. Kyle in the 011 car in the still on the track in those bright yellow wheels. He got a little bit loose.
Moment.
Yeah. Earlier on, David Williams, our Marine, got his a stripe, his first Darlington stripe. He put it on, rubbed the outside wall.
Another one of the more infamous legends. We're trying to find the replay. We might have to go a little farther back.
He had a little excitement there.
Off on the screen, you just saw Bob Beltrami also have a moment. There's the moment with Kyle really getting squirrely coming off that final corner there, James.
Yeah, and something I was wanting to go over, if I had a little more time before the race, was we weren't even supposed to be racing where they're racing. That large apron that we have down there, that was the racing groove when they built this racetrack. They thought that they were always going to be racing down there, and that banking you see on the outside, well, that was just in case you went a little too fast and you screwed up. That was supposed to just give you a little bit more racetrack to try and save it before you hit that guardrail. They never imagined these cars would be going as fast as they are today.
Oh, in the wall, it's Carl Burke.
Yeah,
car
and
number
that
53.
brings the caution out.
If I had a little more time before the race, was we weren't even supposed to be racing.
Let's see if we can get a replay and figure out what happened to Burke.
I think he got high. He just got up and...
When he's smoking. Yeah, it looks like car just drifted up, and then it spun on that apron, and he went nose first into the wall. Now, this is a good time to mention, Bill, the fast repairs, and they have one of them out there today. I'm sure Carl was not hoping to use it after only 10 laps into the race.
Yeah, not what he wanted to take care of so soon. What they can do is come on in, hit the magic button, and they'll get a brand new, fresh car. But you only get one mulligan, so a lot of times, even if your car is damaged, you might want to limp around on it. You can stay on the lead lap and save that for later. So now he's got the rest of these 357 laps to go. He doesn't have any more bullets in the chamber.
Absolutely. So with a lot of cars coming in very early, this is interesting. Number of pit stops kicking off. Wow. And that car in sixth position, you can see, is Carl Burke, the car who hit the wall. So he is out of position.
James, are you surprised after 10 laps that everybody's coming in, or is it that tires are really that important, I guess?
Tires are definitely that important. I'm not surprised at all. We're going to see this be the order of the day all day. If you have more than 5 or so laps, you're going to see a lot of cars down pit road, and you'll see the people that do stay out. They won't be up there in front for very long.
So it sounds like this is the order of the day that we're going to be seeing when these cautions come out. Cars racing off of pit lane there. But it's going to be David Williams who comes out in front. Adam Young gets up there. Blake Reynolds comes out in third. Taft Baldwin in fourth. And Lionel Callisto loses a few positions and exits in fifth.
Well, I think Williams and Young are the guys who are going to see what 10-lap-old tires are going to feel like. And actually, Young, I think, is going to decide that he's going to come in right now. So I think the only guy who's staying out there is the guy who already had his stripe, and that's David Williams.
Well, since we've got an opportunity with the caution, Bill, do you want to go over the championship, the overall championship with us real quick?
Yeah, let's start with the Governor's Cup. Now, that belongs to the teams. There's 4 teams, and it's really a 2-club race. The Northwest has been out in front for most of the season, but the stubborn Texas crew, they won't go away. They're trailing the Bigfooters by a mere 105 points. Now, California has some top-end talent, owning 3 individual wins. That's more than any other club, but doesn't really have the depth to hang in there with the top 2 guys. And then there's the West, winless and without hope, but valiantly trying despite the inevitable last place fate, running way back and forth. So Right now, it is Club Northwest out in front by 105 points.
Well, we like an underdog out here in the West, so, I mean, you can't blame us, right?
They have, the West has the talent. They're just undermanned. They just need more drivers in there to get those back marker points.
It's definitely a game where you need quite a few heavy hitters out there to help you score some points, that's for sure. So the more people you have participating, the easier it is.
A lot of desert territory in the West, so I think that's what, the lights are going to stay on. Looks like they're going to go around one more time, huh?
Yes, it's on right now. However, they're coming across the stripe right now, so we'll see if they've got one more. As just now they get to the line, and it looks like actually the lights are in fact off this time. So,
well, let me squeeze in. I can probably squeeze in these championship here, the individual racers. Alan Haysbeck of Texas sits in first. We're doing the Drivers' Championship director. Alan Haysbeck of Texas sits in first, winless, but with a pair of top 5 finishes. Another Lone Star is Chris the Thinker Pence, sporting a win in the top fives. He has a couple of those. Just 9 points back is his clubmate. Then the Northwest driver Brian Barnes, whose extreme mediocrity has earned him a position in third, just a point ahead of the West top driver of Rob Gall. And Gall of Barnes share a top 5, both sharing one each.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My goodness!
David Williams is in an accident with a bunch of other cars. What happened? It looks like he might have drifted over into the car behind him, or excuse me, the car next to him. That was Blake Reynolds. A bunch of cars behind.
Yeah.
Here we're gonna. Yeah, there's the replay. He just drifted over.
Oh.
Yeah, that's something you want to have happen this early in the race, especially under yellow.
I guess with it being a long race, someone was reaching over for their big gulp and forgot to check the road.
Blake looks okay on the left side, the part that Williams got into. I'm not sure if he got into the wall. Oh, he's a little crumpled. He's not looking terrific.
James, does that count as a Darlington stripe, or?
That's the first Darlington stripe I've seen like that, but we'll go ahead and count that one.
And it looks like Williams is being allowed back up. So I guess he's going to probably hold quite a bit lower. We're going to look at that replay one more time. Here you can see Williams, the car on the bottom, the yellow 37, just drifting up into the 76 of Blake Reynolds.
Now it looks like the lights are still off on the pace car, so...
Also, the 011 of, who was that actually? Kyle During got into the back of them as well, so he got some damage, and there was another car that I didn't quite see. Now the pace car is off, this time for sure. We're going to get a clean start. David Williams jumping on ahead, getting a great start up ahead of the field, but Blake Reynolds starts to come back. He looks to the inside, down into turn 1. Challenge for the lead, and it's Blake Reynolds.
I think David tire spin there on that start, and see how far back that he drops now.
Williams has been in the wall twice already since the green flag, and he's getting trained on the outside.
Oh, he's down into 6th already, and now 7th with Mark Waltz just slipping to the inside. Looks like he's going to lose it to Bob Beltrami, possibly even. He's looking to the inside, down into 1, and yeah, he's going to be demoted all the way down. And oh no, he's going to hold on to it. He fights back, drifts up a little bit high. There's that traditional high line around Darlington coming into play, trying to hold off Beltrami. Beltrami has a great run down into 3, but he backs out of it once more. Trying to see if, looks like Beltrami might have a little bit of damage on the front.
Looking at the Triscuit car, maybe a little rumpled up there by the radiator.
Oh, now he gets it though. Beltrami up into 7th. Williams, after the restart in only 2 or 3 laps, has dropped 8 places.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is why you always take tires at Darlington Raceway.
Williams was running in the back of the pack, so at least he's up there, got a little screen time, but he won't be long till he's back in the pack. And Blake Reynolds is going fishing. He's checking out here, but Kalisto's trying to hang with him.
He's got about a half a second over Kalisto. We are now on lap 18. been able to tick off a few more since that caution started. Extended a little bit unexpectedly. But it looks like we are green and everybody is kind of sorting themselves out, getting steady and settled in this long 500-mile race. Behind Callisto, Taft Baldwin, though, he's not letting him go.
Michael Smith, Smitty making a move up into 4th place.
And Kyle During is heading into the pits. His damage must have... Was that damage from his accident on your caution, or was that new?
During is really crumpled in the nose there. I don't see it happening during the after green, so it must have happened. Must have happened under yellow.
We can see some big damage on LZ Daly as well. Now, we can see the damage here on the screen that you viewers can see, but I'm looking on my screen, and LZ actually looks pretty much fine. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing. And so there we go. That was a false alarm. So if you're wondering what is going on there, the iRacing service sometimes will think something has happened and tell you the wrong information. But the driver knows exactly what's going on with their car, and obviously LZ is looking fine at the moment, sitting in 11th. So let's jump up to 4th and 5th, Bill. Smitty currently trying to hold off Mark Walls, the number 018, putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Smitty's a great oval racer. And while that's going on, I'd like to announce that Blake Reynolds has his first Darlington stripe as he put it in the wall from the lead.
Nobody is safe out there. I'm not sure if we're going to have any clean cars by the end of this thing. Here we ride on board with Mike Walls.
Waltz gives him a little love tap. And corner exit, that's really probably not the place that Smitty wanted to be in there.
Jared Morgan had an interesting moment off of turn 4 last lap. Got a little bit loose, was able to collect it there.
We're hearing that Morgan might have a little bit of damage, though, as he's trying to get back onto the main bit of track. There you can see the nose of that Ford not looking too good. Where's Morgan sitting currently? He's actually way down in 28th. I'm going to go back and take a look, see if we can see what happened to Morgan there. Looks like Morgan was letting some people by, was all the way down off the banking, and that car slid way up into turn 1. And in fact, he gave quite a scare to Chris Pence as we watched the replay. There, it's just the tail end of it. Let's see if we can figure out what happened. Oh, he had a huge moment, almost spinning. He already has his damage, though. Then he's going to take another good thwack here. You can see him going low, down into 1. Oh, man. We just missed that on screen. However, we've jumped up to the battle for 2nd place here between Callisto and Baldwin.
Yeah, Callisto, been watching him. He's when he gets it close to the wall, but he's smooth in that Valvoline car.
We saw Callisto up front at the last round, didn't we? If I'm not mistaken, at
yeah, he is
California.
He is. I think he already has a win on an oval earlier this year, so he's good on ovals.
Well, that's something we should talk about, though, because James, you have experience on both sides. They went from the IndyCar and a very wide open oval to a much thinner one and a very different car. I mean, what kind of changes are they going through for these two vehicles?
Well, not only are the cars majorly different, but as we're watching 10th through 15th right there on screen, one thing that's different is going to a much heavier car, and you're also going to probably one of the hardest tracks on the circuit as well. It's these cars, they slide around and they just never feel good here all day, and it's constantly a battle of racing the racetrack.
And we're watching this battle here back in the pack. LZ Daly was able to move past David Williams, taking 9th place, but just behind them, lots of battling going on For 13th, 14th, 15th, even 16th, cars very closely packed.
Joe, I'm going to give you a comer here to keep an eye on, and that's Mike Vinning in the 19 machine. Williams is going to be, we're looking at Williams right now, and Williams has been dropping with those old tires. Vinning started in 21st position, has already got himself up to 14, running really well.
Looking very handy, but right now with onboard Williams, we're looking back at Nick Hunt, who's trying to hunt him down, has a bit of a moment coming off of fourth, trying to get himself in line, takes a little bit of a look on the inside of one, but has nowhere to go. Meanwhile, behind him, we've got almost a truly train for those of you who watch F1. Jason Pitts back there, Rob Gall, Mike Vinning, and Brian Bennett all very much stacked up behind Nick Hunt, who's trying desperately to get around David Williams in 11th.
Now, while we were watching all that action, you mentioned that Baldwin had gotten around Kalisto now. Baldwin has moved up into second place in that Pepsi.
In fact, he's got quite a, there's a 2-second gap there, so he is running away.
And Taft is gaining big on Blake as well. He knocked off half a second that last lap.
Ooh, and I see some smoke at the bottom of the track. Looks like that was Jared Morgan, actually. No caution, though. That was coming out of turn 2, it looks like. So we might actually want to replay, because he was out and spinning around. Got the replay pulled up. Looks like this is slightly after, so we might have to go back just a little farther. They're coming off the 2, and we've got reports of a big wreck happening right now.
Looks like Lionel Kalisto is slowing down from 3rd position.
Oof, good to see.
Yep. Lionel Kalisto right now is currently running in 8th position.
And that was actually kicked off by a battle with Mark Waltz going into turn 1. Here it looks like we're going to see it on screen. Just gets a slide job almost, James, up into the wall.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room at this racetrack, and it's very easy to get into someone here, and that's just a perfect example of needing to race a racetrack. When you focus too much on trying to race someone else, well, that's when things go bad. As we have a new leader, as Blake Reynolds moves over and lets Taft Baldwin take the lead.
So, new leader, and Blake is also heading into pit lane. He might have a bit of damage. Yes, you can see damage on the front of that car. We're not sure what happened to him. Also an update, Michael Smitty was one of the ones that ran into the back of Lionel Kalisto as well. So he's got a bit of damage and has been slotted down into 6th. But our former leader into the pits with big damage on the front.
And you know, that's a
Oh,
big
we
wreck
got
off turn
another
4.
crash. David Williams is in trouble. The blue car, Brian Barnes, the 4 car is in trouble. Oh my goodness.
Gonna look at the replay.
Williams has been having trouble, and then Kalisto, you know, we talked about it. Kalisto was really in a horrible position, and then that didn't bring out a yellow because they were able to save it.
I'd say your call on the tires was very much on the nose there, James, because Williams, we saw on the replay, just was up in the wall, and that kind of kicked it off as he got into the car. Let's see, Brian Barnes, actually. He was struggling out there.
Yeah, and that's also another thing too, is, you know, lack of tires, and also we have a track that's changing now, and this is something that we have never had to deal with ever. It doesn't matter how long you've been sim racing, this is new to you this week, and the grip levels can change, and you know, you're on probably one of the hardest racetracks to deal with that. It's very easy to have exactly what just happened to David Williams happen.
We're going to go to the championship in just a moment, but right now the leaders are Bob Beltrami in 1st, Baldwin 2nd, and actually that looks like it's changing, so excuse me, we might want to call that in a bit with all the leaders in the pits at the moment.
And we got a car spinning going into Dad Barker. Looks like he spun it. Now he's exited out. Nope, he's back.
And first one out after the pits have taken place is Taft Baldwin. Here we're going to see Barker failing to enter the pits correctly, putting it lightly. Just did not expect the pits to come up that soon, it looks like. Interesting moment. So, at any rate, let's go to Bill for some more championships updates while we've got some time.
Well, I think we'll do the, we wrapped up the Drivers' Champions there, and David Williams spun before I finished, but we're close enough. Let's go to the Sportsman Division. And I believe we have not done the Legends yet, Director, but we'll do the Sportsman right now because that's the only one I have in front of me. And the top 5 for the Sportsman Division is populated solely by Texas and Northwest there. And that's Mike Franklin who leads the way. Yeah, his 153 points, he'd actually be in 7th place in the championship points. Now, fellow Texan Sam Boren and Robert Pretus sit 3rd and 5th. Now, those guys are broken up by Northwest drivers Mark Redeker and Aaron Stone, who separate them. Those are Texas drivers who sit 2nd and 4th, and that's your Sportsman Division. For drivers who have a iRacing, I believe, what is it, under 2,000, Joe? 1,600, something like that?
I can't remember the exact one, but...
And of course, that's brought us to you, the Sportsman Division is brought to you by Alt's Vape. Volt Vape.
Volt Vapes, indeed.
What is, let's talk about the sponsor. What is Volt Vapes, then?
Volt Vapes, I believe is a, they make those electronic cigarettes, so...
Oh, that's what it is. Well, that's a good thing. Good.
But Bill is not among the hip young crowd, knowing what vaping is, I suppose.
That's right.
Anyways,
I grow my tobacco. That's how far back.
So let's go through the order real quick. Taft Baldwin is going to take the lead as the lights are off on the brand new painted pace car, the nice gold pace car we're going to talk about in a moment. Mark Waltz is going to start 2nd. Joe Nathan, we haven't talked about him, all the way up to 3rd. Ethan Moore in 4th, and then rounding out the top 5, been steadily going up, is LZ Daisley.
I like LZ Daisley. That sounds like a fun name. Oh, it's LZ Daily. Okay, that's almost as fun. They're going to go green here, I think, Joe. Taft Baldwin, he's been running up in front for most of the race, so it looks like he's going to have the pace to take this lead.
Very cool retro car, Taft Baldwin also. It's very cool to see everyone kind of keeping with the old throwback scheme that we saw a couple weeks ago in an actual NASCAR race here. Good to see it attract so much history, seeing all these cars shared some of that history.
Absolutely, and as Taft Baldwin takes the green, accelerates away, he gets a good jump. Wall slots into 2nd, Joe Nathan as well into 3rd. Ethan Moore also slotting into 4th, so no positions gained or lost for our top 5. LZ Daly sitting in 5th. Now another driver we need to talk about who's been up at the front in some of these races, Jason Pitts, has worked his way into 6th, the number 111, looking very good right now early in the race.
And there's a lot of drivers that are way at the back, named drivers. Blake Reynolds running 27th, Lionel Felisto running 23rd, Chris Penn started outside of the 2nd row running 25th, Michael Smith started inside of row 3 running 22nd. So it's a long race. We'll see what those guys can do.
Absolutely. One of those guys probably going to be earning the Sentinel Shepherd's Hard Charger Award if they can just stay up there towards the front. It's a long race to go. We're only on lap 43 of our 367 lap race. Meanwhile, Taft Baldwin already put about half a second on Mark Walls. Let's see if he can reel him in.
James, this may be a good time to let the viewers have them take a look at the track before this thing gets too rubber. I think by the end of the race, we're going to see a much darker groove than we're seeing right now, don't you think?
We've got some action farther in the back. I'm sorry, Matt Gelder getting freight train. I think he actually made some contact.
David Williams is around again, too.
And he's back in his pit stall. Sorry I interrupted you there, James.
Oh, not a problem. As you see, Adam Young getting another Darlington stripe here, and we're seeing a lot of examples of how not to treat this place. This track, the lady in black, demands a lot of respect, and that's why you're seeing a lot of these accidents right now. Everyone's not being too respectful, and she's coming back, and she's letting them know still who's boss.
And that's something that, even though we talked about them driving a different oval car, there's also a series that does road courses as well. And we haven't really touched on the fact that some of these drivers might not be as experienced on the oval side. They might not know about that respect, although I have to imagine they will after 500 miles, if they make it that far.
Oh, you only come to Darlington once, and without respect. You learn that she puts you in your place here pretty quickly. But I mean, this track, turns 1 and 2, I've never been on a racetrack before in my entire life that you're fully back on the throttle in the middle of the turn, and then you get off of it again and you turn down. It's so unique and so challenging, and it's so hard to get a grasp of. You head into turn 1, you slide up right next to the wall, you get back on that gas, off the gas again, cut it down low off of turn 2. It's definitely a challenge.
Meanwhile, Mark Waltz had closed all the way into within 0.2 of Taft Baldwin, made a mistake, and has now slipped back to 0.6. In fact, he is within the clutches of Joe Nathan. As we watch that go on, however, we just want to give a quick shout to the pace car that we mentioned earlier, which has the American Childhood Cancer Organization sponsorship on it. A wonderful charity that, if you could give a chance to go and check out at some point during one of the cautions today. And just saw Stephen Paulson to take another Darlington stripe. Many cars, you can see.
Hutchinson lost.
Smitty.
Yeah, Hutchinson got in the 17 car there, got stuck on the outside, lost lots of spots.
Also see Smitty in there, who's all the way down to 19th. Not looking very good on the front of his car.
You know, one thing I think might be interesting, sorry to interrupt you there, Bill.
Go ahead.
But they have that one fast repair for tonight, and we know how rough Darlington is. I think that even if your car is damaged, you might want to hold on to that for just a little bit longer, not waste it on that Darlington stripe that you get on lap 50 here. But you might want to wait till a little bit later in the race and try and take advantage of that when it counts.
I think that sounds like actually a fairly smart strategy. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a number of cars with damage on them until about later in the race, and suddenly they're looking brand spanking new. As we watch Jason Pitts still sitting in 6th, trying to chase down LZ Daly. Although right now he's got to deal with Rob Gall before he can do anything to attack the driver in front.
When we get a second, when that breaks up, I got a goer for you, or a comer. That's our championship points leader, Alan Hayspec, currently running in 10th position right now, comfortably. Started 29th in the 13 machine, in that Wrangler machine. Boy, another throwback machine, James. That's a beautiful car. Running 10th, and now just ahead of him is Mike Franklin, and he is our champion in the sportsman division. So there's 2 champions there, both running very well. Hayspec started in 29th up to 10th.
Nice little run for Hayspec. We see right now on screen. He's got Nick Hunt not far behind in that number 04.
And Hayspec is definitely one of those guys that is not going to, we're not going to see him jumping up there as we switch over to Rob Gall. He's going to definitely take his time, and he's going to make sure that his car is there at the end of the race.
Yes, as we watch Rob in a nice little battle here with Brian Bennett. This is for 7th and 8th. Oh, and there's a lot of smoke. Who's down on the apron? We didn't quite see it on camera.
Jared Morgan.
His bad luck continues here. He's found some trouble a couple times so far today.
Yeah, he's all the way down in 29th. Let's watch the replay, see if we can figure out what happened.
Just gets loose, then he overcorrects.
Oof. And
keeps it off.
actually, yeah, doesn't touch a
that's at
thing.
the end.
Oh, you're right.
Little at the end.
We're going to see that on the replay in just a little bit there. We can see that overcorrection actually might have just saved him, if anything.
iRacing, for whatever the reason, did not go throw the yellow on that. I'm not quite sure what the...
Just missed Morgan actually getting up into the wall on 3 and 4, but we switched over to Matt Gelder in 16th.
James, this is a total different animal than we've seen these guys run on the for speedways.
Oh, we've got a big accident. That is Drew Lalonde involved in that. That's coming out of 2. It looks like that was kicked off by Jared Morgan. He is not making friends today, that's for sure. Gonna watch the replay of Morgan. My apologies, I have lost my replay screen, unfortunately.
Yeah, he got loose in the middle of 1 and 2 there. Tried to catch it on the apron, and it caught and turned right back up into the racetrack. Took out a couple really good cars there.
Matt Gelder was involved, Chad Barker was involved, Drew Lalonde was involved.
Number of good names there. All
that
right.
one does bring out the yellow flag.
Absolutely. So we're going to watch on board from Gelder's view and see what he sees. It looks like as he was coming up to it, it's just a case of unfolding a little bit too quick for him to try and take evasive action. Just got clipped ever so slightly. Look at what Barnes saw. That was a little bit farther up ahead of him. Barnes did a nice job getting that car slowed before anything crazy took him out of this race. Barnes being one of the oval guys.
Taft Baldwin also passed a pace car coming into pit road. We'll see if he's going to get penalized here for that.
I have a feeling he's definitely going to get penalized. They were talking before the race as we watch on board with Barker one more time. Just getting clipped. But they were saying to the drivers they're not going to be clearing black flags if you committed an actual infringement on any of the rules. I'm pretty sure that's one of them.
Well, he's still up there in second right now where he came off of pit road, so we'll see if he starts dropping back here.
Number of drivers once again electing to come into the pits. In the meantime, while that goes underway, why don't we jump over to Bill during this last replay? And Bill is going to set us up for the Legends Championship as we watched what happened to Drew Lalonde there.
And the Legends Championship is dominated by, as you're watching the replay, dominated by Northwest drivers. These are a lot of pre-grunge guys who hang around up there. They're all old guys up Northwest. Only one guy from the West that's in the top 5 here. Leading the way Northwest is Brian Barnes. Second place is Rob Gull. Now, he's your only West driver. And then you have 3 more Northwest drivers. Wayne Hutchinson, Carl Burke, and Chris Beck. So they're your Legends for drivers who are over 50. And, of course, the Legends sponsored by Pepsodent Denture Cream. So back to you, Joe.
I believe that's actually a joke from Bill.
That's incorrect? Oh, all right.
However, you mentioning that they're the pre-grunge era, as someone who grew up during the grunge era, does that mean I've only got 10 more years before I'm old?
That's it. That's it.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, I'm going to savor it while it lasts, but the driver who's going to savor it while it lasts up front is Mark Waltz. He's been doing a great job getting himself up front. The lights are still on the pace car, but I think they should be going off this time by Taft Baldwin, still back up there in second place, so he's not out of it. And Joe Nathan wasn't up towards the top at the start of the race, but has slowly but surely worked his way up into third. And we are actually getting the Ty Kennels Lucky Dog this lap now that the lights are off.
Do we? We're working on a sound effect for that every time we get that. See if we can get a woofing dog in there for next race.
I already got sound effects of our director in my ear, so I don't think we need any more. Well, anyways, Joe Nathan in third, Ethan Moore in fourth, and LZ Daly still sitting in fifth. Every time I keep looking at LZ Daly, I keep thinking that yellow and green is that throwback that you mentioned, James, from Days of Thunder.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of really cool schemes out there. You see who's that in the 71 car there, running the old Rusty Wallace, Brian Bennett in the old Rusty Wallace Kodiak car. Real cool to see some of these.
Absolutely. So we've gone through a few of the championships now, but it's time to go back racing once again as the pace car ducks off walls, leads the pack, waiting for the green. There he goes, he accelerates away, gets a great jump over Taft. Drivers trying to work their way into single file. Most of the top pack looking nice and tidy as they work their way through 1 and 2. Everybody trying to stay patient here. Oh, and Taft Baldwin is heading into the pits.
There's that black flag.
Bad day for Taft Baldwin after doing so good to keep himself up towards the front. Now we've been hearing a bit of chatter over the radio, drivers asking each other to be a little bit more patient, not to be quite as aggressive. Do as James has been saying, just drive the track, don't try and race each other. And it looks like it's starting to pay off as we've got everybody kind of thinning out, finding themselves some space and getting on with it.
Right now, only 22 cars on the lead lap. And a lot of those are big-name drivers from behind. Nick Reynolds and Lionel Callisto are both a lap down. So there's a nice battle for a lucky dog. Callisto and Reynolds started on the inside of rows 1 and 2.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Ty Kennels Lucky Dog comes into play for one of those guys. Meanwhile, we were looking at Lionel Callisto in 23rd. Before, we were watching a battle between 3rd and 4th. That's LZ Daly and Ethan Moore. Daly's dropped off just a little bit. As we jump back to Pitts and Gall, so currently sitting 6th and 7th, excuse me, 5th and 6th.
James, I think these guys are having a hard time making a pass. I really think part of the problem we're seeing here is it's just so hard to get that inside line going. And now we're going to see here, if we're still on Gall, he has a really good run off of 2, but can't do anything with it. When they get into 3 and 4, there's nothing for him to do.
Yeah, and this track, it's tough to make room here, and so you kind of just have to wait for that person in front of you to kind of make a mistake. Really, the only time you can do something is when you have a lot more speed than them, and it's as we switch over to more Daily. The track, it's really difficult to explain how you need to approach this race because you just have to kind of wait for the race to kind of come to you.
And you mentioned something during the pre-race as we were talking about that new dynamic track there, James. The weather and the temperature can come into play, and it seems like it's certainly not going to help them get multiple crews today from what you were saying as we go back to Pitts and Gall battling.
Gall in that 31 car, in the Fuji Films car, gets great bite off of 4 and 2, but just not close enough to get anything done. James, is there much like aero push that these guys would be dealing with?
There's really not a whole lot of aero push you're going to have to deal with here because the tire fall off is so great. And something I have been noticing too is I just went and took a look at our lap 1 from right here, right now at lap 70. We've already put a lot of rubber on the track as Gall makes the pass there on the screen. Oh, and we have Brian Bennett getting loose off of turn 4.
Car 71 of Brian Bennett Running
that's
in
going to bring out
13th
the
position.
caution. Is that a solo accident? We're going to take a look at the replay, see if we can figure out. Yes, it looks like it was just all by his lonesome, followed closely by Blake Reynolds. Thankfully, managed to keep out of number 71. Just stopped off the racing lane. A number of very lucky cars avoiding him.
Yo, and that's something that
We're going to watch this replay one more time here, James.
And, that's something that we've been dealing with here earlier this week. If y'all watched the ASRS race on Wednesday night, you saw a lot of cars just getting loose for seemed like no reason. It's, and good drivers too. And it's one of this new build, I think, is really throwing a big loop for a lot of people as we see everyone coming down pit road here.
Well, with pit stops taking place, we're going to stay with this just a moment, then we're going to go to break as soon as these guys are in and out. And it looks like it's going to be not Joe Nathan. I'm trying to see who that car is leading them. That is Mark Walls, I believe, yes, who is leading them down the pit lane. He came in first. Let's see if he can get out first. Everybody taking tires as expected.
Let's give it a little arf. I think Lionel Callisto may have got the lucky dog.
It's going to be very close as they exit, but it looks like it's going to be Walls. Just beats out Joe Nathan. So exited as they came in. Walls leading Nathan. With that, we are going to take a quick break. We'll come back after this to the Pacific Majors Southern 500. Welcome back to Darlington Motor Speedway, where we're watching the Pacific Majors Interwest 3M Southern 500. And we are 74 laps into this 367 lap race. We've had, actually, I forgot to count the cautions, unfortunately. I'm not sure what one we're on at the moment. Since the lights are off on the pace car, we are getting ready to go back green anyways. Mark Waltz is going to lead the way with Joe Nathan on the outside, Bill.
Yeah, Waltz has been up there. He's the only driver that has really been in the lead or near the lead for the entire race. So everyone else has come and gone. Ethan Moore and LZ Daly running in the second row.
Story of the day has been drivers just having a tough time making around the track, let alone each other. As Waltz takes the green flag and accelerates away, LZ Daly trying to challenge around the outside of Ethan Moore. Can they do it? LZ Daly's number 555 moves into third now. And behind them, we've got a hard charger. That is Alan Hasebeck moving up multiple positions. The number 13 is going to move into fourth. How far back was he? Because I saw him overtake 5 cars, it seems like.
That was impressive.
I'm telling you, he's got that Wrangler car on rails. He's been driving up. We talked about it when he was in 10th. Now he's got it inside the top 5.
Meanwhile, looking at Ethan Moore just behind Hasebeck, trying to hold off Kyle During, excuse me. One of the front runners most of this race. Same thing with Rob Gall, worked his way up. This is a battle between these 3 for 7th, 6th, and 5th. And we're hearing there's a wreck
off of turn 4. We have Blake Reynolds around.
Nick Reynolds not been having the best day after getting all the way up to the front.
And darn if Lionel Little Train Kalisto didn't get his nose dented by getting into him.
Oh. We're going to watch the replay here. Looks like Blake just started to get a little loose, and I think that was Kalisto who got into the back of him, wasn't it?
Yep, that's he was just making a move up. He had just got the lucky dog and spun right in front of him. And Lionel, not your day today.
Yeah, I don't think Lionel can be blamed in that at all. Blake just was getting all sorts of loose and almost caught it. Watch on board Kalisto, see what he saw.
That was very strange. It's like he got on the brakes and it upset the car and shot down on the apron there.
Yeah, it was very unusual. Looks like Kalisto was slightly unsighted by Stephen Paulson. Then he went down low, didn't know what was erupting. Had no place to go, couldn't go up high to get away from it. It was the only car down there, unfortunately, at that point.
Kalisto's Valvoline car actually has a hole in the hood now. You can actually see into the engine compartment.
Just been not been his day. Well, now that we've got another caution, we didn't get to do it last time with our break, but Bill, I understand that you've got the California points ready.
Let's do the California points. And you know, surprisingly, I guess not surprisingly, the California points are all dominated by California drivers, which I guess makes sense. Michael Smith sits atop there with 546 points. Now 30 points back is Jason Pitts. Then we get to the man who's not having a very good day today. That's Lionel Kalisto, sits in third position. Now Kalisto has a win, and so did Smitty. Then we get to Scott Wanbo, 347 points, way back. And Ben Blank in 349, wrapping up the top 5.
So
go back and correction. Kalisto and Pitts are actually tied with 516 points. Apparently, they do it by not by alphabetical order. Maybe it's by complexion. I have no idea why Kalisto is ranked second. So actually, he's not. They have him tied for second, and then and Walbur is fourth. So congratulations to the guy who do the points in the Pac West Majors, one of the best series on iRacing. Pacific Majors.
Well, I do have a question for you, Bill, and maybe you could help out the organizers with this one.
Mike Willetti's not going to have me back on this broadcast. Mike, listen, I've been doing broadcasts all weekend, man. I'm shaping up now. Okay, go ahead, Joe.
All right. Even though there's no sponsor for the California, and speaking of which, anybody out there interested in sponsoring it, get a hold of Mike Willett, and you can, in fact, sponsor the California Championship. But they've nicknamed it the Big Kahuna. Now, I could understand that for Hawaii. Can you explain to me why that's
I guess
California?
They think that all surfers are the same. I'm from California. That's Hawaii. So, but they have palm trees. It looks good.
See, I thought maybe a poor Midwest boy like me just was uneducated on California norms.
They would want to go with maybe the Gidget, I think would be more, date myself, but that's really more California. Gidget's even before my time.
Maybe it'll be the Hollywood trophy or something like that. Meanwhile, Mark Waltz still is in the lead. Joe Nathan is still holding down second, and Elsie Daly has moved up into third after a great pass early on. So pace car lights are still on. Let's see if they go off when they come by the line here, and if they go too wide, should be getting the Tyee Kennel's lucky dog as well. Lights are in fact off.
I keep looking, interrupt me if they go green. I keep looking for a driver to make a comeback here. Blake Reynolds is just coming out of the pits again as he's trying to get repair after repair. Still a lap down.
Trying to use the system to his advantage as best he can. So I'm not seeing a Tyee Kennel's lucky dog come on through, so I guess we didn't get one this time. Or if the driver that was highest up was involved in the accident, because they shouldn't get the lucky dog if they were involved in the incident. So 2 more corners and we're back to green racing once more. 1 laps in, James.
Yeah, and I've gone back and I've looked at the track. They're putting down a lot of rubber on here, and so what that's going to mean is you're going to have to stay on board with your pit stops. You can't survive, just keeping with the same setup throughout. You have to constantly be making changes now to adjust to the racetrack.
So as they go back to green flag racing, cars are getting single file. One making a great run though is Kyle During. Moved himself up into 4th around the outside of Hasebeck.
Yeah, I was going to say Hasebeck had that great restart last green flag, and have that quite as good a one this time, now back in 5th place.
So as we watch Jason Pitts sitting in 9th, a little bit farther back in the field, trying to hold back Mike Franklin. Just ahead of him is the car of Bob Beltrami, the number 14 Triscuit machine.
Beltrami been running up in the top 10 for most of the race. Someone to keep an eye on that we don't get surprised by him when we get near the end.
I seem to recall he had a bit of trouble early in the race too. He might be coming back from that. I'm trying to remember what exactly I'm thinking of. I have to check my notes. But Beltrami doing a good job sitting in 8th. We're getting information that he rear-ended David Williams under yellow early in the race. I'm remembering that now, actually. So it sounds like Elsie on screen has got a Darlington stripe. Let's see if we can get a good angle of the right side of the car here, because we're hearing that Elsie has quite a bit of damage. Oh yeah, fair bit. We only just got a flash of it. Wonder if Kyle During is going to be able to try and take away that podium position. He has been closing in. Try and hop on board with Kyle During and watch from on his car. He's got a little bit of damage on the right front, and you can see him close up right up on Daly, getting a good run. Looks to the inside, down towards turn 1 on the Texas driver. Is he going to be able to get it done? Oh, and Elsie was hard into the wall. Extremely hard smack into turn 1 for Elsie Daly. 3rd place goes away, and it looks like 4th place is going to drift away as well, as Hesbeck has come right up to the rear bumper.
Oh, Blake Reynolds is getting loose in turn 4 here. Is he going to save it or not? And he did. Man, that's 2 little incidents that he's had in the last lap or so. He's doing everything he can to try and get up to the lucky dog spot, and slowing down here down at the bottom. Let's see what's going on.
And once again, that was in turns 3 and 4. Wonder if Blake might be suffering some handling problems in those corners specifically.
Well, I was watching Blake Reynolds there, and he was driving very hard on that last run. So I think he might have just worn out the tires a little bit too much, gotten them a little hot.
In fact, he's coming into the pits. Right now, we're watching Alan Hesbeck and Beltrami. Those guys are fighting for 7th and 8th.
Hesbeck has not looked good recently. I'm not sure he's feeling well. I'm not sure that car is doing everything he'd like right now.
We've jumped to Mike Franklin, who's actually being chased by Chris Pitts. This is a battle for 10th and 11th. In fact, there's a bit of a train going on behind them. That's Mike Vining, and excuse me, no, that's a bit of a. It's a train, but there's also Jason Pitts in front of him. I didn't realize that Pitts was at the front of that train.
Now, Pitts started on the outside of row 2. We talked about it. Then he got in trouble. It was all the way back. Now he's starting to make his way back up to the front right now, running in 11th.
Still on the lead lap.
And I think he's about to get 10th place here. He's about to get Franklin. Nope.
Decides not to try and stick it in there. Wondering if he's starting to realize there's no point in trying to fight too hard. Except now he's got a great run. In fact, he might take 2 and 1. That was a fantastic run. Chris Pitts up to 9th.
My goodness, he got a bite coming off of 4 there and just flew by those guys.
I think it was helped out by both Pitts and Franklin checking up. In fact, Franklin has just gone by Pitts. I wonder if Pitts, got into the wall. He is suffering right now. Vining is already also going to go by as they come across the stripe. There's a car down low, then they had to work their way around. That was Mike Vining. Oh, excuse me, that was Mike Vining getting loose that we saw on screen.
Yeah, these guys are, sometimes you look at them and say, what's wrong with him? But they lose it and they lose all their momentum. It's really, and that's kind of what gave us that optical illusion there when we saw Pitts, with I thought had a great, but it really wasn't. It was just such a horrible exit from the cars in front of them. They're struggling here, James. These guys are having a hard time.
Yeah, and again, I think a lot of that is them not keeping up on their setups. You can't just kind of keep with the same ones that you've had. You have to constantly be making changes, and right now it looks like the track is definitely getting a lot looser. It's getting a lot slicker, and they need to be making adjustments accordingly. And I mean, you're seeing the guys that are doing that. Mark Walls, he's definitely one that is definitely making sure that his car is running good right now. And everyone in the last half of the field, they need to do a little bit better job of adjustments on pit road.
Meanwhile, on screen, we saw Lionel Callisto move up into 11th, trying to come back from that penalty a little bit earlier. As well as Daly trying to climb back up after taking a couple hard smacks into the wall, up into 7th. One driver that isn't struggling, Mark Walls, is currently a 2.5 seconds ahead of Kyle During. And he has just been looking smooth this whole race. I haven't seen him struggling. He's just been calmly and smoothly driving the car in that number 018. I'm wondering if he's the guy that we need to keep an eye on to run away with this.
Yeah, he is. He's very smooth, and he's been up there the whole time, running near the front the entire time. And maybe he's the guy that James has been talking about that knows how to keep that car tuned away. To follow up on what you're talking about, Callisto, no way Callisto should be able to be doing what he's doing right now as he's about to make a pass on Mike Franklin. Callisto has a giant hole in his hood.
You can definitely see some damage on the rear of his car as well.
Look up at the front and the Valvoline, the N and the E, at least on my screen, are almost missing completely.
Well, we can see it on the right front too, that he's got some damage a little bit bent upwards on the hood. But he is cruising right now. Lionel Callisto up into the top 10 after getting a black flag earlier.
Well, maybe the bent up nose maybe gets a little more downforce.
About to hit lap 100 here. So let's let's jump over to Pitts and Baldwin watching this battle. This is for 12th and 13th.
Yeah, I really like the way that Pat Baldwin has been approaching this run since his black flag there. He has been taking his time, making sure he's getting back up to the front. He knows he has a long time to get there, and he's picking his battles very carefully and working his way up as we see him, get those 2 positions right there.
And Kalisto gets another one, moving up into 9th, taking over from Hesbeck. Number 13 car slipping back after he had a phenomenal start a few restarts ago. My apologies for saying Kalisto had a black flag. James is right. It was Baldwin that was black flagged earlier.
But Kalisto is flying. He is gobbling up Rob Gall.
I wonder what kind of laps Kalisto is.
Here he comes. He's just going to close in on Gall, who's running in 8th position here. He's probably not going to get him this corner. Kalisto is really good out of 4 and before 1. Not sure how great he is back here on the back straight. Oh, he's good back here too.
Here he comes.
Pat Baldwin he might be the fastest car on the track right now. I think his last lap there was a full half-second quicker than our leader.
A number of drivers have really gotten a bit between their teeth trying to make up ground. And Baldwin has just passed Hesbeck as well. Kalisto passed Rob Gall down into turn 1. In fact, here comes Baldwin practically chasing Kalisto. He's not too far behind him. This is going to be interesting if we see Baldwin catch up with Kalisto.
Now we're looking at Pence Daly right now. Pence has just made the move on Daly in that beautiful yellow and blue 555. Daly has dropped down into 7th position. Pence moving up to 6th. He's on the move as well. Hasebeck is not. Hasebeck is dropping.
This is definitely, I was just about to say, this is one of the longer green runs we've seen.
Carl
and now
Berg.
we get a caution.
Chris Beck also, I think, might be the issue here. Car number 34 has looped it around.
Yep, he is on the racing line. We're going to watch Carl Berg, though, and see what happened to him.
The lady takes another, just gets loose there off of turn 2, tries to collect it, and back into the outside wall.
Yep, that was Chris Beck, as we said. Let's watch the replay of Chris Beck. James?
Chris just got a little loose on the, just like James said, just got a little loose, overcorrected, and put it back into the outside wall.
That was a very solid thud. Gonna watch that replay one more time. Rear end just starts to come around. You know, James, one thing that we tend to hear when it comes to the debate between road and oval racing is that a lot of road drivers claim that all ovals are pretty much the same. And I know that, and you know that, but I think our viewers need to take this as an example that no 2 ovals are the same.
Well, and there's also many ways you can drive that oval as well. That's one thing too is, you just have 4 corners to worry about and you're always turning left. Well, there's multiple lines that you're able to take in that corner. There's many ways you can drive it. And, especially in 1 and 2, it's like there's, 2 separate apexes there, which is strange. So it's definitely something that you need to, and you're going to be moving around as the race goes on. You're seeing that, and the track's getting hot, and you're seeing a lot of people here getting loose.
And the lady in black she's 65 years old, but she still maintains her figure. But that kind of plays into it too, where this is really a compromise, isn't it, James? Where it's hard to get a setup here for 1 and 2 when 3 and 4 are so different.
Exactly, and another thing too is you have 2 separate ends of the racetrack, and they're completely different. Again, 3 and 4, a lot tighter than the sweeping 1 and 2, and it's a lot of times it's going to be a compromise, and your car might work really well in one corner, and it's going to be complete junk in the other, and you're just going to have to try and make do. And try and make up your time when you're able to, and kind of maintain on the other end of the racetrack.
Well, that's it. Ladies are hard to please, and this this girl is she demands a lot from you.
There's no doubt about that. A number of drivers have already met with the wall today, and we've been seeing damage all over the place. I think the only saving grace for so many of them is that spare car, that free repair that they have. Pace car is coming around. I think we should be getting one to green this time by. See if we get another Tyee Kennels lucky dog. We expect could be Kyle Murphy, currently sitting in 24th, but he is actually in pit lane. So Drew Lalonde, I believe, should be the one to get it, and there he is up at the front. So Drew Lalonde is our Tyee Kennels lucky dog for this restart.
Now the man on the move, Lionel Callisto, into the pits, and boy, he's dropping. He's going to be back in about 22nd position. I imagine he probably took as long as pit stop as he could, tried to get that car repaired as best as he could. I wouldn't have touched it. I would have said, leave it like it was. He was flying.
One driver that's been having a good time out here, he's been knocked back just a little bit by a weird accident during a caution where the leaders came together. But we were going to go on board with Kyle During to watch the restart. I suppose we are not now. I'm waiting to hear confirmation from my director. Okay, we are going to go on board. So we're going to go on board with Kyle During, who's sitting in 3rd place. There we go. Let's see what this restart looks like. Pace car ducks off. Joe Nathan and Mark Walls on the front row. Walls is in control. The number 018 Toyota accelerating now. And Kyle During with a great run. He's going to move up into 2nd ahead of Joe Nathan.
And someone to keep our eye on there in that white Pepsi car is Taft Baldwin. Has got himself back up there now, in 7th place.
He's got a run on Bob Beltrami, but backs off. Still under restart as we continue to watch During. Everybody just getting single file. In fact, During had such a good run that he has overtaken the lead, and Walls got very loose. Great catch from Walls. Joe Nathan gets a run coming out of 2. Decides to back off, though. He lifts.
Walls almost had an over-under by accident.
Now, is the aero wash going to be a big issue here, James, or was Mark possibly just caught out by the unexpected pass?
You might have a little bit of aero sensitivity, maybe beginning of the run, but after about 5 laps, that completely goes away as these cars, the tires lose so much air. You'll see them drop way off the pace in a very short amount of time.
Boy, During, we talked on the restart about how he's having a good run, but he is doing great at this restart with almost a 2nd gap back to 2nd place Mark Walls here. Still no move from Joe Nathan, though, content to just sit behind Mark.
This race has been kind of a strange creature here. We keep seeing new names pop up at the top. Here's Kyle During all the way up here. We haven't heard much from him. Mark Walt's been up there most of the time, but Joe Nathan up there in 3rd.
And I think that's something that we're going to see throughout the race is as the track starts to change, you're going to see different drivers come up to the front, depending on how they're running, who's finding that good line, who's doing well with the setup.
Or they talk about the track coming to them. Maybe their setup was set up for this position.
We've got a caution, guys, and that was the number 71 of Brian Bennett, actually, coming through 1 and 2. That was another solo accident. Let's watch the replay here. Looks like he just drifted up a little too high, caught a bit of the wall. Oh, and he caught it again hard on the exit. then smacked the inside. Severe damage on that number 71. We're going to watch it one more time. Just got a little too high on that 1-2 combo.
Okay, and the leaders are pitting as we go to break right now. See, that's why I shouldn't get to go to break. Golly.
All right, I'm gonna go run to the restroom also.
What's wrong with me?
That was perhaps not the smoothest transition out.
Oh, jeez.
We're all just a
I've
little off.
done this before, really, I have. I was talking, I said I'll save it, I'll just throw it to the break to save Joe doing it. How hard could it be?
I figured I was happy to let you do it too.
What's on during the break? We show the race?
No, he's got this video we have of a GSRC Corvette in slow motion.
Oh, I know that one, okay.
Actually, having to turn the fan on, getting a little warm. So where is Adam Young? Because he's the one that offered to do in-race stuff. Young's in 15th. Maybe next caution we'll talk to him.
Okay, the top two guys stayed out. Nathan and Franklin. During was in. I understand now.
Welcome back to Darlington Motor Speedway. We are coming back to green. Joe Nathan is going to lead the way, this time with Kyle During in second. He's going to be able to hold off Mike Franklin, who is currently in third, and Mark Walsh has slipped back to fourth. A little bit of bumping and barging farther back in the field as Ethan Moore and Nick Hunt are having to give way to Chris Pence. Excuse me,
Yep.
Darlington Raceway. And we're glad our viewers got to have a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look during the break.
Oh, yeah, we are, huh? Joe Franklin did not take tires. Joe Franklin did not take tires during the last pit stop. Him and Mike Franklin stayed out. So Dunning is running on nice, clean, fresh rubber. Should expect him to run him down here pretty quickly.
I believe that's Mike Franklin and Kyle During, actually. It's one of those nights. So, order right now: Nathan, During, Franklin, Waltz, Pence for your top 5. And though I'm sure our viewers would love to hear about the fan that is blowing here in my office, we'll talk about that later, because right now we've got a race going on. And actually, Franklin is under threat from Waltz for that 3rd place. Currently, Walls had to back off. Chris Pence getting up close to him. Walls actually getting up high to the wall there. Now, we talked a little bit about the arrow. Oh, we got a spinner on the back stretch.
Oh, no, Taft Baldwin's around.
Yep. Oh. Staying green. He was off the racing line. Question is, did he hit anything? Let's look at the replay and see what happened here. Oh, and it looks like he got some help from Alan Haysbeck.
Well, he got loose, and then Haysbeck got him a little more loose.
He did hit the inside wall. Fortunately, that's going to cost him some damage.
Haysbeck's the Wrangler Gene car is seriously wrinkled now.
Yeah, in fact, he's dropping back after that damage. We're watching on board. Yeah, didn't have much time to react. Didn't really have much of a place to go. Could have maybe drifted high, but I wouldn't want to get any closer to that outside wall of 2 than anybody else. We have to apologize. We're having a few technical glitches, so we're going to have to ride on board with Haysbeck for a little bit, actually on replay. So we're on a little bit of a delay here. And we hear that Carl Burke is checking up for something. I'm going to go and see what is happening up there. He's currently sitting in 11th. Looks like we had a bit of action going on with the 04 in front of him. Nick Hunt being low on the track.
Kyle Dunning still your leader out in front now. Followed, he's got about almost a second lead on Joe Nathan running in second. Then it's about another 1.2 seconds back to Mark Waltz. Now Waltz has been up there the whole race, but the guy to keep an eye on is the guy running in 4th place, Chris Pence, in that number 73 car, doing a great job.
Currently sitting in 4th, trying to chase down Mark Waltz, also defending from Ethan Moore. Moore is not too far back, only 2/10 behind Chris Pence. In fact, definitely looking like he is keeping the pressure on for that 4th position. For those wondering, we have hit lap 127.
And I hate to keep putting the focus on the same guy, but he is really Mr. Excitement, and it's Lionel Callisto. Here he goes again. He's going to make another move right now. He's in 10th. He keeps dropping back. He dropped way back to the back of the field. It doesn't seem to matter for him. He just goes through these guys. Right now he's in a battle, sitting in 10th position right now. No, now he's up to 9th. And he's soon going to be going up to 8th position as it goes around Jason Pitts.
Oh, Pitts actually gives up the ghost, and Pitts gets very sideways. Manages to save it. Great save by the number 111 there, but he loses position after position. We're going to look at the replay there. That was heading into 1. It looked like he was just giving up there, Bill, knowing that Callisto was a much faster car, and then the car just got all sorts of sideways. That moves him down to 16th, but Callisto up into 7th. Recently overtook Mike Franklin, who he was chasing as well. Let's move up to Waltz, who is now only 3/10 behind Nathan, looking for that 2nd position. Meanwhile, Nathan has been dropping back. Kyle During coming to the 4. is already over 2 seconds ahead of our second place car.
I don't know about you guys, but I am very fascinated by the way that this race has been going. You have each run, it's a little bit different, you know. As soon as we, you know, when the race started out, we had Blake Reynolds who was checking out from the field. Then we moved over to...
Oh, sorry,
Baldwin.
for a
Baldwin
second it
was
looked
fast,
like
yeah.
we had Waltz almost trying to too. Oh, and Nathan is hard into the wall. Huge tank slapper for Joe Nathan. Only loses 1 position in that though, but how damaged is that car? Chris Pence closing quick as Mark Waltz runs away. I think he is going to suffer here for a few laps until he can get that thing into the pits.
We go back to my previous point, seeing different guys take control as this race develops. You know, as once we get that more rubber down, all of a sudden we see different cars that just react to the racetrack a little bit better. Maybe they're finding a different line. It's all these small little things, and it keeps changing. And so right now I couldn't even tell you who a favorite is because it's changing, you know, lap to lap.
And Joe Nathan continues to slide backwards, currently sitting in 5th, but jumps back to Barnes, battling with Burke, trying to wrestle away that 9th position. He's been slipping back slightly as they've got Mike Franklin in front of him. Mike Franklin, also a car who's been sliding backwards in a hurry. In fact, I'm thinking Burke is going to be able to get this very soon as he rolls right up on the rear spoiler of that number 82 machine. Bad run out of turn 2. And same thing with the number 4.
Car, yeah.
What happened to Brian Barnes there? Didn't see him get loose.
Oh,
But
and
there
Elsie's
goes
in the
Elsie
wall.
Daly. It's not the first time we've seen Elsie take another slap up into the wall.
Ooh, and Adam Young got hard into the wall the previous lap also.
And here goes, they are actually moving out of the way as I'm watching Lionel Little Train Callisto, followed by Bob Beltrami actually moved out of the way, is what we've seen before. Callisto is flying. I think he has a horn.
Really wheeling that car off the final corner.
I really think he gets up behind these guys and actually lays on some type of horn. These guys just move over for him. He's flying, and next on his hit list is Joe Nathan.
Meanwhile, we've been staying on this pack just behind them. Carl Burke trying to find a way past Mike Franklin, just can't get the run. Somehow, Elsie Daly, after that contact with the wall, has been holding down that 10th position, and just another hit. I don't think Elsie can hold it after that one. But Daly still stays ahead of Brian Barnes. I thought for sure Barnes that was going to be able to get by, but Burke is by Franklin and up into the wall. Everybody just taking a Darling stripe here and a Darlington stripe there.
Listo now up into 5th. Moore is in 4th. And then the guy you got to keep an eye on is Chris Pence running in 3rd. He's got his eye on Mark Waltz here for 2nd place. Oh, a great run if we're on it. Pence has a great exit. And I don't think he's going to get there now, but ooh, he's fast.
He's closing up. He has to back off as they head into 3 and 4. He's a lot better on the exits of these corners. We jump on board with Pence, trying to chase down Waltz. He gets a good run, but just can't get the deal done this time by.
Pence is one of those guys. He started up close. He was one of the drivers started in the front 2 rows, so we expected to be up there. Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say Ethan Moore has been holding behind them, just sitting patiently, watching this battle play itself out. The Texas driver just only 2/10 behind Pence. Let's see if he tries to make a move and get in the mix, or if he waits for these guys to start to battle it out. Right on board with Pence still.
Little Train Callisto almost lost it. He gave up a position to Beltrami. Oh, that was close for Lionel.
Let's see if we can see what happened there. Let's pull up a replay. Oh, and actually, he looks like he made contact with the wall that kicked it off. Yes. Up into 1 and 2. You might have to go a little farther back. It was off into 1 and 2. We might have gone too far back. Oh, no, we haven't. There we go. Just saw the tail of it. You'll see him just slide up a little too high, and there it is right there. Just clips the wall. Does a nice job saving it, though.
He's not making his race easy on himself. Now he's got to do it again. Now we'll go back up and see if Pence can get this job done here.
He's been hunting Waltz for a number of laps now. In fact, they're on lap 142. Oh, he's got a great run this time. He looks so strong through mid-corner. Oh, but awful off the exit. And this is going to give an opportunity to Ethan Moore to close in, but not make a pass.
Guys, we're getting around that point where we could start seeing pit stops here. We're not close on fuel, but we're definitely close on tires. And it's going to be a game of chicken. The first person to come in, as soon as that person comes in, well, that's going to dictate when everyone else is going to come in, because you do not want to be the last guy to come in and pit.
As we jump to 10th with Michael Smith, who is currently trying to chase down Carl Burke as Burke drifts just a little bit high. Smith cutting down low. Smitty gets himself a run. He looks to the inside, down into 1. I think this is going to be a done deal as Burke gives it up. Now let's jump back up to that battle we've been watching. And Pence finally getting himself a good exit out of the corner. This time he does, but just not close enough. Not a good enough run as Mark Waltz was looking very tidy out of turn 4.
Here he's going. Oh, I just think Pence is going to get this done. And he's
Oh, he was.
Get out of my way is what that was.
Yeah, Waltz this time actually lifts on the straight and lets him through. Looks down to the inside. I don't think there's anything that's going to happen there. Here comes Ethan Moore, though.
That was Pence saying we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way.
Meanwhile, Michael Smith is giving the hurry up to Elsie Daly. Oh, and just ahead of them, former leader of this race, Joe Nathan, I think he caught the wall there coming through 1 and 2. He has been dropping steadily. He's currently sitting in 7th. Nathan getting past now. Elsie working on through. Smitty trying to go past as well. Smitty's got the inside line, tries to slide up, doesn't quite have room. Elsie up into the wall once more, and now we've got a caution.
Taft Baldwin. Yeah.
Taft Baldwin out of turn 4, it looks like. And another solo incident. Let's look at the replay. Looks like everything was looking good all the way until exiting 4. Actually did a good job of not hitting anything at first. Let's see. Yeah, hits nothing at all. Just comes up to the racing line. Baldwin for sure going to be grabbing some fresh tires. In fact, a number of drivers already heading into the pits. So, I know we've gone through California and a number of other ones. Bill, do we have any other championships? Oh. Actually, we're going to go and watch the pit stops first.
Alan Hesbeck's going to get your Tyee Kittles lucky dog here on this caution.
So it was Durian that led everybody into the pits. Let's see if he's going to be the first one out. Once again, tires are the order of the day.
You know, to follow up on what James was talking about, it looks like the first car out is going to be Durian. Yeah.
Durian, yeah.
To follow up what James was talking about, needing to come in and Pence is going to be in second. Looks like Waltz is going to get third position there on the pit stop. you really can't afford, you're losing so much time on those old tires, you can't afford to stay out. But with the caution flags being so prevalent, you almost hate to come in under green when you know the very next lap it's going to go yellow.
And that's the fine line you dance.
Now,
let's go to the Northwest
yes.
point standings right now. We'll get these out of the way. We have this one and two more to do. These are all the old guys up there in the Northwest: Washington, Oregon, Montana, Alaska, the North Pole, Idaho. Okay, Brian Barnes leads the way with 569 points. Now, right behind him is Wayne Hutchinson with 534. Only 5 points back from him, Carl Burke. Kyle Murphy is 521, running in fourth position. And then Chris Beck is 512 points. And looking at those names, Barnes, Hutchinson, Burke, Murphy, Beck. I don't know if Hutchinson is here today, but I think most of those other guys might be in this race. Hutchinson's in 13th, so it's a pretty good turnout from the Northwest guys. And that's the Bigfoot Sasquatch Yeti Award.
We're getting some commentary from our director behind the scenes on Bill's naming of these championships once again. But so one thing that I find interesting too, James, is before the race, I believe you were saying that you didn't expect a whole lot of cautions. It seems like we're getting the reverse.
Well, sometimes in these longer races, you expect people to kind of be patient, but I think that the track is just being a little too cruel today. And I mean, I was even watching, our leader on that last run, and his car was driving horrible. I sat on board with him for a couple of laps there, and his car was handling not the best, and he was still pulling away from second place.
We've got our Tye Kennels wave by. I think you mentioned it earlier, and it looks like it's Jason Pitts. Lights are off on the pace car. We are going to go green next time by. It's going to be Kyle During leading the way, Chris Pence in second, and Mark Waltz in third. We'll have to watch Kyle During to see how his car is driving on this restart. I believe we're going to hop on board one of our leaders. We'll have to watch from behind him. Let's hop on board with Waltz, as he's going to be starting in third. A lot of chatter on the radio between drivers. It's been mostly quiet for most of the race. As we hop on board Waltz, pace car has peeled off. You can see that track starting to rubber in. And look at During absolutely accelerate away. Waltz's number 018 Monster Machine sliding into third. We're on lap 152 of this 367 lap race. We're not even at the halfway point, boys.
Yeah, I'd say there's one winner so far, and it's a female, and it's this track. She is just beating the heck out of these drivers.
It has been a true test. As we jump back to Beltrami and Ward fighting for fourth place. Actually, we're going to look at Hesbeck instead. All the way back in 15th. Steve Paulson behind him. Driver is very slow. Chad Barker having to check up. Might have been caught. Paulson causing Chad Barker to check up. Looks like not a lot of action happening between these two after that short moment. But meanwhile, Daly has Kalisto all over them. It looks like Kalisto made a mistake coming out of 4. That's going to put him under threat from Carl Burke.
Look at the fight he gets, though.
Oof. Elsie has to take the outside and hits the wall.
Oh, it seems so close to clipping Kalisto as he went by.
I feel like that's about the 10th time we've seen Elsie get a piece of the wall around here. How long can that outside suspension hold up?
Car is getting skinnier and skinnier.
So Drew Lalonde sitting in 13th, trying to hunt down Nick Hunt, but does have Joe Nathan behind him. Nathan looking good right now with a run, but has been slowly but surely slipping back through the field after leading early on in this race.
As you watch that battle, it's so interesting to see these guys that disappear for a while. Now all of a sudden we see Mike Smitty Smith back poking his nose back up there running 7th position. These guys who were up there disappeared, coming back. Will they stay up or will they go back again, come back? Who knows?
Smitty's car might be looking a little bit better now that he got in his spare car. He had damage early on. Trying to take a look and see if he's gotten any.
And LZ Daly's coming into the pits, going into turn 1 there, was not in the groove and right into the outside wall, did not have any grip there.
I have to say it's about time that LZ came in to try and get that car fixed a little bit.
Her car reminds me, if you've ever seen the Blues Brothers, when they finally make it to the courthouse, she gets out, when Elsie gets out, when the car's going to fall apart.
I understand that there might be something happening with Jason Pitts. I see him all by himself, so I must have misheard. Looks like Pitts is all by his lonesome, so I'm not sure what happened there. Jump back up to 3rd place. Waltz trying to hold off more. Waltz has been up towards the front for most of this race. In fact, led a number of laps, 51 of them to be exact. In fact, in all 160 laps we've had, Mark Waltz has led the most. Durian is catching up, still has about 9 more to go, but Waltz is still our most predominant leader.
You know, James, you mentioned it earlier, and I got to agree with you. We usually, after about this time in the race, we usually have a feel for who the guys are to watch for, who's gonna win. I have no clue. I have no idea who's gonna be good in the end.
Yeah, as we're watching this one, Kyle on the last run there, I mean, he just pulled away. I'll see you guys later. Well, it's Slater, and Chris Pence is staying with him and actually gaining on him a little bit as we're watching that battle. And again, as the track changes, we're seeing different guys come to the front. And that's why I think this is so cool watching this race, is even though we're not seeing a whole lot of side-by-side action, we're seeing a lot of different leaders, and we're seeing strong guys at different points in the race. And it's anyone's race and anyone's guess at this point.
And Joe, what's interesting, you know, the series organizers, what they do, they don't even do hot laps. They want guys to do long qualifying runs to get in here. It's a 20-lap qualifying run that you have to do, so that you get a good. They want you to get a good race setup. But I don't know if that really helps if you're doing 20 laps on a track that's totally different now.
And we've got another caution. Trying to figure out who caused that.
Could it be Mike Franklin?
Let's check.
Yeah, it's
See him
Franklin.
in the pits. You're right. Yeah, we're looking at the replay. That's coming out of turn 2.
You just drove it in the wall, then down the inside wall.
Seen it about 20 times today. Oh, wow. Huge hit on the inside, actually. We're going to see it in a moment here on the replay. He came straight down into that inside wall, and nose went directly into the barrier.
And Franklin's your leader in the sportsman category. He knows how to drive. It's just, man, this track is just beating these guys up.
Chewing them up and spitting them out. So we've got all the leaders heading in now. You can see Kyle During leading the way, first in. Let's see if he's first out. Chris Pence is not far behind. Pence is going to be ahead on pit lane.
My gut tells me you don't want to see Pence beat you out of the pits. I think Pence, if he gets some clean air in front of him, could be going fishing and leaving these guys behind.
It's going to be close. They're both exiting about the same time. I think Pitts beat them out. And we had one car that didn't come in. That is Mike Vining. Since we've got one more caution. If you're sick of standings, I'm sorry. We've got more to go. If you like hearing what the championship positions are, Bill, why don't you take it away?
Well, you have your overall championship point leader. This is the Texas Club standings brought to you by Dallas Mustang Parts and Accessories. Now, we have no Mustangs in here because I think that's in the Infinity Series. But if you wanted some parts and Mustangs for your Dallas, for your Mustang, if you want some parts and accessory, go to Dallas Mustang. They'll take care of you there. Alan Hasebeck, another Texas driver, as our overall champion. He's our points leader with 586 points. Now, Chris Pence, who we see right now leading our race currently, 577 running second. Mike Franklin, who we talked about, just had trouble and crashed. He's leading third place here and leading the sportsman category. James Wyckoff, who we haven't seen for a while. We're going to wish James the best. He's recovering. Both him and his computer are not feeling well. Hopefully they both get feeling better. If I had my choice, I'd take the James feels better first, but hopefully they both start feeling better. And finally, in fifth position, Sam Boren with 436 points. And that's your Texas Club, brought to you by Dallas Mustang.
Speaking of sponsors, our lucky dog is also brought to you by Tyee Kennels. And James, I believe you've already spotted who's going to be getting that today?
Yes, that'll be Taft Baldwin getting your Tyee Kennels lucky dog today. And it looks like we're going to have a couple cars getting the wave around here. Looks like LZ Daly's going to get one of their laps back. Chad Barker is going to be the next. Matt Gelder. We're going to get those three cars getting the wave around here.
However, Mike Vining is not getting a wave around. He is actually first on track for not pitting last time by. Now, we haven't seen Mike up front. This is only 2 laps led for him.
Mike, come in. I love you, Mike. It's a good-looking car, but...
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this call backfire before. So we'll have to wait and see. Who knows what Mike's got up his sleeve. So in all of that excitement, Chris Pence came out second, Kyle During third, Waltz fourth, excuse me. We're going to jump on board with Waltz for the restart here on lap 167. The 018 Monster Machine. Going to try and get himself back up to the front. Still the driver who has led the most laps. Kyle During only made it up to 47. That is...
I hope During realizes that the car in front of him is on really old type gear.
Have to imagine that he's aware with the fact that he was nowhere near them. Green flag is out. Very late start.
A lot of tires in there.
Very, very late start for our leader, Vining. In fact, he's already been overtaken by Pence. And you said it, Bill. Pence is off and away as Vining gets to the wall. And there's a wreck on the backstretch. During is involved in it as well. 2 of our major leaders, the cars that have led the most laps in this race, have just been sent into the wall. No caution.
Drivers are not happy about that situation.
Watch it one more time. That has definitely brought the ire out of some of these drivers. Criticizing the strategy call of taking 2 tires. I'm not sure which driver it is that took 2 tires, unless that was Vining.
Vining, the leader, I would think. See, that's what happened. We talked about it before, where During was right behind him and got hung up behind him.
We're going to watch it from Chris Beck, who also got caught up in that, the number 34 Cialis car. Looks like that was a separate incident, actually. Let's watch it from a possibly on board. let's see what happened here. We're on board with Beck. Now the accident was happening way far up in front. He was fine here, and now my replay freezes. Oh, there was a checkup that caught him out.
Now I'm going to come to Vining's defense. I know you're looking at a different replay there. The big one that happened in front of him, I'm not sure if Vining actually caused that. Waltz got loose and went into the wall and maybe came back down on Vining and caused the mess.
I wasn't sure if Vining made a little bit of contact with him, though.
He might have touched him. Vining certainly would have a hard time keeping that car down low. What's so sad is Dunning, as I talked about it before they went green.
Oh, and there's a change for the lead. And guess who it is, Bill? Lionel Callisto has just overtaken Chris Pence, coming from way far back.
Callisto and Pence up at the front.
Unreal. Callisto is on a tear. If he can keep that car whole and solid, I think we're going to see Callisto run away with this one.
And how many times have we seen him sideways today?
You can get up on that wheel and you can drive that car. He's got a lapped car. He's trying to get around. He's going to hope that this car does not get into the wall. He's clear by. Now Pence is going to have to work his way past the number 19. Gets down on the low side. Let's switch back to Smith and look at what's going on in the battle for 5th. That 19 car is slipping back fast. He's causing a lot of people to have to really take an unusual line through the corner. Smitty gets around fine. Gall gets around fine. The 04 Nick Hunt manages to get through, but the 21 of Adam Young is into the wall very hard. That causes the number 13 to have to check up.
Now, guys, there's a person that we're going to want to watch. He's not going to be up there soon, but before the end of this race, Taft Baldwin has gotten his fast repair, and he is fast and he is coming. Just now getting back up in the top 10.
He was one of the drivers along with Callisto who was trying to work his way through the field. He had almost caught up to him, but we haven't checked in with him in a while. Carl Berg doesn't sound too happy about something over the radio.
Ooh, and he's into the wall.
He's currently down low on the front stretch. Bert scored in 14th.
Contact with respect for with Carl Berg there to send him into the wall in 3.
Oof.
And our director was telling us that LZ Daly will put it in the wall for about the 12th dozen time.
We're going to watch that contact with here. And there we can see Wayne Hutchinson trying to get his way through, and there's that contact with Chris Beck. Boy, Burt was lucky that he was able to recover from that. Didn't come without its damage. Callisto still up front, but only leading by 3/10 over Pence. Ethan Moore is about a half a second more back. And Bob Beltrami, we saw him up at the front early on in the race. Haven't seen a whole lot of him at the sharp end, but the number 14 Triscuit machine is still in this thing. Unfortunately, Kyle During fans will be sad to hear that he has exited this race. Apparently his damage was too much.
Yeah, well, he kind of had a double-edged sword there. I mean, or a double whammy. I mean, he got in the accident, horrible accident, and then there was no yellow flag.
I believe he also must have taken his spare car from that early incident with David Williams on the restart. Remember, during caution, there was the accident. Getting very close to the halfway point of this race now. Boy, these top four, there is not much between them. As we jump on board our leader of Callisto, looking back at the trailing 3 cars.
Guys, right now, Taft is the fastest car on track. Gained a couple tenths on the leaders at last lap. We're going to see him slowly start working up. He might be in front a lot sooner than I was giving him credit for earlier.
Certainly looking pretty handy. I'm curious to see what happens with our leaders if anybody tries to make a move, or if they're just content to run laps here. They've got about 3 seconds back to Rob Gall and Fist, so they are not under threat. We jump back to Lalonde, being hassled by Taft. Baldwin on a charge. There comes Baldwin off the corner. He's going to get this one easily down into 1. Baldwin up into 9th. He's got another 7.5 to chase down Adam Young.
Yeah, James called it. We're starting to see the cream come back to the top of the milk can here. We're seeing, and there's.
What happened to Callisto? He's down into 4th. It looks like it happens in turns 3 and 4.
Oh, he got loose. He got loose, came across, did not put it on the inside wall. I don't think he hit anything.
Beautiful save. Fantastic save. Wow. Great job from Callisto. So let's go back up to our new leader, Spence. Has only led 8 laps. In fact, no driver has overtaken Waltz yet, who still has the most with 51.
As I was saying, if the guys would behave a little bit, looking at drivers we're familiar seeing, Pence, Moore, Beltrami, Callisto, those guys are all up there where they want to qualify. Smith and running in 6th position.
Right on board with our 2nd place driver, Ethan Moore. Keep an eye on Smitty. Remember, he came back and led, what was it, a single lap at the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte?
That's right. That's right.
So do not discount Smitty.
And F. Baldwin is we talked about making a move. It won't be long before he gets around to Nick Hunt here.
Even with that,
up into 8th.
Even with all that damage he got on the front. Yeah, Taft, he got that damage when he was passing. Who was that earlier? There was a car that was trying to let him go low, and some miscommunication there. He got to the back of him. Try to do nice. Try to do something nice for someone, and wound up hurting him instead.
Baldwin is all the way up into 7th. He's got another 2nd to Smitty. We're starting to see that groove fill in. So we switch to Matt Helder back in 26. Not been his race, 42 laps down. I think, Bill, I think he gets the Dory Award being back out here and still running.
Just keep swimming, just swimming. She's got a movie coming out, so that's going to be, we're going to make that an official award here at GSRC.
Hopefully Disney does not take offense, but Smitty already caught. That 2nd has been run down in almost no time. Here comes Baldwin, looking to the inside. Baldwin moves into 6th. Definitively. Next on his list is Gall, and there's a caution.
Looks like it's Chris Beck.
On the backstretch, and that car is smoking hard. That was a solo incident. The Cialis car sitting in 22nd. Ooh, and he got hit hard. Who was that ran into him? That was Matt Gelder.
Matt Gelder.
Oh.
Just keep swimming, Matt. Just keep swimming, baby.
Gonna watch on board Gelder, see what that view looked like. Gelder actually hit the wall a little bit himself there. And there's some stern words being passed back and forth between the drivers out there.
Poor Gelder, he's out there 63 laps down. He's just trying to run, stay out of trouble. Car's spinning in front of him.
Got a number of drivers in the pits. Pence is the first one in. Lionel Callisto was third in, I believe. He's going to stop right in front of his pit stall. Let's see what these guys can do.
The guy at the head of the line there is Baldwin.
And coming out first, it is Pence. But I think Callisto managed to beat Moore out. Yes, he did. Callisto back up to second.
Not if you ask Ethan Moore. I think Ethan Moore said, I think I'm in second.
Not what iRacing has said, apparently.
Yeah, I think Matt Gelder's car just gave up the ghost. I think it just blew up on him.
Oh, yeah, I think that's all she wrote there, unless he actually tries to replace the entire engine. However, we do have the Club West standings coming up here, Bill. That'd be my territory.
And in honor of Matt Gelder, that's going to be all she wrote for these standings as well. We finally got them done. This is where Joe Peak lives, in Colorado. Rob Gall sits atop the chart here with 568 points, and he's legitimate in the, you'll see him in the championship standings as well. All right, now I'm going to get this name right. It's Jason Fleischle in 480. Not Fleischle, it's Fleischle. Then our brave Marine, David Williams, who is here. Very exciting today. Had quite an eventful first 20 laps of this race. Sits in third place. Tom Dreeling in fourth, and then in fifth place is Jack Johnson, fifth place fighter and also a great boxer from the early 20th century there. So that's your Club West Championship, and they don't have a sponsor.
Not yet. Maybe I should look into something there. I've got my own independent video company that I try and do post-production for. Maybe I can get it sponsored. Who knows? Anyways, Chris Pence is going to be our leader when we come back to green. Lionel Callisto is currently back up into second, and Ethan Moore is sitting in third. We've got Bob Beltrami all the way up to fourth, and Rob Gall. Haven't talked a whole lot about him. We've seen him up towards the front a little bit, but he's reached the top 5 now.
Gentlemen, we've passed the halfway mark, so we got that accomplished.
At Jason Pitts getting your Ty E, Kennels, Lucky Dog, and then Brian Barnes, Mark Walls, and Alan Hesbeck are getting your wave by on this yellow.
Walls is 2 laps down. I think that's going to go back up to 1 lap down. Is that correct here? He was involved in that unfortunate, nasty wreck on the backstretch with a driver staying out and unfortunately just coming together with him. He has led the most laps, 51, in this race, but he's currently sitting 19th. He is, in fact, 2 laps down right now. Pace lights are off. We're going to hop on board Bob Beltrami, number 14, who's going to start from 4th place. Here we ride on the roof of his car. He's sitting behind Callisto. Let's see what he can do. Pence gets a good start. Green flag is out. Car's already running single file before they get to the first corner.
Oh yeah, that was very politely done. That's some tired, frustrated drivers there saying, let's just get in line and race it.
And more than that, you mentioned the green rising at the top. These top drivers are the ones we've seen are the more experienced oval drivers up at the front now.
right now to see where Baldwin is the guy we're going to have to keep an eye on right now as you watch on board with a different driver. Baldwin is currently running in 15th position. He's going to be flying through.
And Mark Walls is spun around. He's blown his engine. I think that's his night over.
Yeah, see, now we're getting to the point where these guys have already played their whole card, and they're down to their last card here. I'm not sure if these guys have many fast repairs left.
And that looks like it was a solo incident from the replay. Walls just coming out of turn 2. I'm watching it one more time. Yes, he just got a little loose coming out of 2. Hit the inside wall very hard. I'm surprised the caution didn't come out because he was all the way back onto the racing line. That was unusual. But we're back to Lionel Kalisto sitting in second, holding on tight, only 3/10 behind Chris Pence, our leader. Meanwhile, we've got a battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Joe Nathan at the tail of them, looking to the inside of Drew Lalonde. Gets a little close, has to back out of it. Meanwhile, Lalonde actually pulls aside.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's still a long way to go. There's still 167 laps to go.
Oh, we
Got a
that was interesting in turn 1 there. Yo, Taft Baldwin, he's got a fast car, but he keeps shooting himself in the foot. I believe he got a speeding penalty that last one, and then, man, barely, but did a great job of not getting to anyone there. But he needs to get up front where he belongs because he's back here with these cars that he just is jumping up through the field again and again and again. He's probably passed who knows how many cars a day. Definitely the most of anyone.
Right. They have the Hard Charger Award in this, but it's only for where you start to where you finish. If you would do an award for cars passed on the track, I think Baldwin and Kalisto would be right up there.
Absolutely. Currently, Taft sitting in 13th, trying to chase down Jason Pitts. They long ways up at about 4 seconds ahead. And Carl Burke once again on the radio, not feeling too happy with Steve Paulson here. This is for position between 15th and 14th. We're on board with Taft Baldwin in 13th, just ahead of them.
Those are your last 2 cars on the lead lap there, with Burke and Paulson that we're looking at right now.
Now
those two are not giving each other a lot of room for these last few laps.
And we've heard Carl Burke get on the radio before, be very vocal. Now they're not supposed to be chatting, at least not angrily. And apparently Carl Burke's chat has been disabled, we're seeing. So I don't think we're too surprised about that.
See how that's done, director? They can disable your chat.
Our director's been very vocal in our ears this race. So back up at the front, Lionel Kalisto still leading the way. Or actually, no, it wasn't Pence leading the way earlier. We've had a lead change while we weren't looking. So Kalisto, somewhere along the line, has overtaken Pence. Ethan Moore not far back, sitting in 3rd.
Well, I think Kalisto and Pence are the guys who have been used up the car. They've certainly done it. I think those are the guys that have shown they have the speed. I'm not sure what these other guys still have left. Michael Smith is back there, currently running in 6th position. I think he's somebody we have to keep an eye on. And then the guy that we've been watching all race, Taft Baldwin, if he can ever get his car back up there.
Oh, Taft Baldwin, I think he was in the wall just now, maybe.
I was just looking at him.
Nah, that one's not going to hurt him. That's just a little tap there. That's what the Darlington stripe's all about.
Well, it looks like we have our Dory Award winner, or at least for the first half of the race, sitting and waiting for interview. I think we got a little bit of time. Why don't we bring Matt Gelder in, talk to him about how his race went. Matt, we've got you in the booth. Do you copy?
Oh, sorry about that, guys.
It's okay. We were just talking a little bit earlier in the race how we were ready to give you the Dory Award for staying out there and just trying to rifle off laps, but unfortunately it looks like it didn't last for you. Tell us a little bit about what happened for you out there.
Well, was running pretty good there at the beginning of the race, and then it seems like luck struck us again. Now go through one motor, get back out there, try to get a little bit more runs in, and then bad luck strikes again and go through another motor. So I think the team has just called it quits for the night, and we're just going to move on to Monza with the F1 cars and see if we can pull out a good finish there.
James, I believe you were wondering about the setups. Do you have any questions for Matt?
Yeah, Matt, it seems that drivers aren't, very dominant for very long, and if they are, well, it's only for that run. How has the track changed with this new build? It looks like the cars are getting a lot looser out there. As the track gets rubbered in, what have you been having to deal with today?
The new build is unbelievable. It's a lot better than I ever thought it would be. The way that the track rubbers in is quite nice, and it does change setups quite a bit. I noticed with mine, the more that the rubber, the longer the run and the more the rubber was laying down, I was getting a lot more push into the corners, and so everybody's probably have to fight that. But it all depends on how you set the car up. If you've been running a loose car at the beginning, then it might neutral out towards the end, or if you got a tight car in the beginning, it kind of all depends. It's kind of hard how each person sets their vehicle up.
Now, compared to races that you've previously done when the track stayed static the entire event, how many more changes to the car have you had to do on pit stops? Have you had to be a lot more on top of that than you have in the past?
Oh yeah, you have to be aware of all the tire temps, what they're wearing at, and if you have to, you might be changing 2 or 3 things per pit stop, depending on how many laps you can get in on the run. I know on the longer runs, I was hearing some of the guys that on the longer runs, they're changing air pressures and they're changing the spring rates in the rear. Instead of, you set one thing at the beginning of the race and you're good for the rest of the race before the build.
Well, fantastic. Well, that's all the questions that I had, but Matt, thank you for giving us the insight, because this is definitely a race that we have not seen before, and it's very interesting to watch it develop.
Yeah, I'm really excited to go to Monza next week and see how that works with the F1 cars. Got to bring RC Sparks, the F1 car, with Grassroots Motorsports and Gross Sim Racing, so we'll see how we do. Hopefully we can pull out a lot better finish than we did tonight.
Yeah, and Matt, RC Spark Studios, your sponsor, was watching you and pulling for you during the event, being very active in our chat, so it was very cool to see them active.
Oh yeah, he's the man. If you have any interest in RC vehicles at all, he is the man to go watch his vehicles, go watch his videos, because he does some wild and amazing things. Even from his house, he does some amazing things. So yeah, go check him out on YouTube.
Very cool. Matt Gelder, thank you.
Matt Gelder, who has unfortunately DNF'd out of this race. We're sorry to see him go, but like I said, we're excited to see him come back for Monza. Meanwhile, we've been watching a bit of Taft Baldwin, who's up into 8th, but we switched back to 2nd place. Chris Pence still holding station behind Lionel Callisto. We might have had an opportunity with some lap traffic that you saw during that interview, but elected not to try and push the issue. At the moment, it's thinned out to just 3 leaders. Callisto up front, Pence in 2nd, and Moore only 3 more tenths behind Pence.
I'm looking at a battle right now, and it's separated by 2.5 seconds. It's Michael Smith and Taft Baldwin. Baldwin is just crushing these lap times. He is just closing in on Smith, literally almost maybe a half a second a lap.
Which tends to be unheard of on the oval side. The lap times are usually so much closer together, as he puts a lap on Alan Haysbeck. He's currently sitting at 18th. So Baldwin has about 2.5 more seconds to go to get up to Smith. But that can disappear quick, as we've seen with Baldwin.
Baldwin definitely has a long run. Taft Baldwin definitely has a long run car. As the run goes on, he's definitely the one with the most speed.
has adapted a lot better than so many of these guys. And as other people start to drop off, it's like he comes to the fore, like you said, as the run goes on. Now, if you've been keeping your eye on the track, you might have noticed the racing groove just getting darker and darker. That is the new iRacing dynamic track model coming into play. Now, what I find interesting, James, is the uniqueness of this track is causing sort of an unusual pattern where you've got those dark lines on the entry and the exit, and then the middle of the corner, it really lightens up.
Yeah, Chad Barker went around the previous lap there, no yellow, he got it back going straight again, but yeah, this is a track where you have a lot of G-forces heading in, and then, you know, especially in 1 and 2, the center of it's very winding, very smooth, and then all of a sudden roll hard off of 2 again, and then, you know, 3 and 4 is real even throughout the corner, but you'll definitely see where you have the most pressure on the tires, because that's where the track is definitely darkest.
We've jumped back with Taft in 8th position already, and that short time since we last mentioned him, he's now up to half a second behind Smitty.
Yeah, he'll have him by the... I know this seems silly, but if you look at the distance between them right now, he'll have them by the time they get around the start-finish line again.
And if I'm able to, I kind of want to ride on board with Taft here and kind of see the line that he's taking. So again, up there in 3 and 4, you know, kind of running a little bit lower than what you would expect there. I'm guessing that top groove is really loose right now. But coming down into 1 and 2, let's see if he, nope, he does not use that apron there. But see as he goes right up next to the wall, off the gas, cuts it down, then right back on the gas, and then cute, a little loose off of turn 2 there. But his car is hooked up, and it's good on the long run for sure.
Well, he just overtook Michael Smith as he was narrating that, so Taft Baldwin up into 7th, and he's only got half a second up to Joe Nathan. Just see him up in front of him.
Meanwhile, we can stay on this battle, but meanwhile, the top 3 guys are just behaving. Listo, Pence, and Moore just out there running in a nice little 3-car train.
I think this is the smart drivers that you're seeing up in that top 3 podium there. Drivers just wanting to try and get the laps in and not worry about it, as we're still watching Taft trying to get his way into 6th now. We haven't seen him this high in a long time. There he goes. Not very far up for Baldwin now to get Rob Gall, about just under 2 seconds, and he has cracked the top 5.
And you know, he was able to drive that car off of the groove in the corner and go too wide to get the... Meanwhile, the pass for the lead.
Lionel Callisto managing to get, ahead of Chris Pence. And in fact, is that lap traffic? Yeah, that's Carl Burke that they're working their way past, so he's got to get himself a nice little buffer between himself and Chris. Burke moves out of the way. Still, the top 3, not much action between them for most of this last 50 laps or so.
And we're about 30 laps into this run, so we might see some people start to take a gamble here. Very good chance that we'll see people coming into the pits here in the next 5 or 10 laps.
Well, you know, we've lost a third of the drivers now. We started with a field of 30. We're down to a field of 20 that are actually racing. A lot of guys are out that were causing some big names too, like Waltz is out, and we'll be talking to Gelder. During is out. Beck.
But this is the reason
Blake
that
Reynolds, our pole sitter, is not in anymore. So, and I think things are going to settle down. I think we might get some longer green flag runs. Let's hope so.
But you're going to see people start to gamble here, as we see a change for 2nd there. But look at Lionel Callisto. His fastest laps have been in the low 27s. Well, he's leading this race right now, and that last lap from him, that was a lap over 29 seconds, right at 29 seconds. They've dropped almost 2 full seconds from the beginning of this run. The tires are huge here, and so that's why when you see that first person come in to pit road, you're going to see everyone else here because they will get a huge gap on those few laps that you stay out there.
James, I'm starting to suspect that Chris Pence is struggling. He's dropping back. In fact, he's almost a second behind Moore. Remember, he was leading just a few laps ago, and right now he's a whole second and some behind Lionel Callisto.
And, you know, that's just a product of, you know, the way that the setup is. You know, when we were talking to Matt Gilder there earlier, he was talking about, you know, later on and later in the run we get, the looser the car gets. Well, that's why we probably saw him leading for the first part of this run. The car was really hooked up, and now it's getting, actually, hold on, no, sorry, getting a little bit tighter as the run goes on, and that's probably what we're seeing right now. Is he's getting a lot tighter, and his car's not handling the way that he wants it to. Probably going to see, if I were to guess, probably he's going to be the first person we're going to see come to pit road here.
Yeah, he's in that dice rolling mode where, man, I want to come in, but I'm so worried that a yellow's going to come out as soon as I come in. Good news for Chris is there's only 20 cars on the lead lap, so at least you're not going to get crushed way back to the back. But the 13, yeah, there's only 20 cars on the track, only 13 cars on the lead lap. So even if he does come in early and he gets caught out by a yellow, it still won't be horrible.
Meanwhile, Ethan Moore has managed to get by Lionel Callisto. Also, another note, Taft Baldwin has cracked the top 5 and passed Rob Gall. Next on his list is Bob Beltrami.
And there's a guy who wants to say Taft would love this thing to stay green for as long as he can because he's great on these long runs.
But knowing how he's been on pit road tonight, do we really want to try his luck with a green flag pit stop?
We'll have to see how it plays out. It's been a very long run. We haven't had too long of them before we get a caution. In fact, we haven't had any green flag stops for our cars on the lead lap. 234 laps into this race now. Ethan Moore, though, he has got a hooked up car, already a second and a half ahead of Lionel Callisto.
You know, I'm watching Ethan's line, and he's running just a little outside the real dark stuff. It's not getting up there into the marbles, which those are starting to develop on the outside of the track. But he's just running a little bit when he can, a little outside that groove, and maybe the track's a little bit cooler there, and he's able to find a little bit more grip.
Drivers who are adaptable are going to survive and they're going to thrive, while Lionel Callisto is heading down into the pits. He is the first to blink.
Now watch the rest of everyone else come in. This is where it starts getting fun. So who's going to be good at coming down the pit road and getting a good stop? This is a very tricky pit road.
Carl Burke is in. Joe Nathan is in. Joe Nathan being down in 10th. Haven't seen our crews come in yet. Where is Ethan Moore? Ethan Moore stays out. Chris Pence stays out. Bob Beltrami stays out. Taft Baldwin stays out.
Tell you what, guys, I don't like waiting out. I mean, you can't do that for many more laps because we're going to see a huge lead here in a few laps once we get back out there with Lionel Callisto.
James, are you fast? Are you fast right away? Do you need the tires to warm up, or are you pretty fast on your out lap?
Oh, you'll see the speed right there. The tires are so worn out by this time in the run that it doesn't matter if they're warm or not. You're going to be exponentially faster. They have so much more grip.
Callisto is back out on the track. Now what he's got to hope for is that the caution does not fall right now. He has gone a lap down. That's going to put him at the back of the pack if it comes out now.
Ethan Moore stays out another lap, so is Chris Pence. I don't like this strategy, guys.
Jason Pitts heads in from 8th place. Here's Taft Baldwin. Baldwin is still staying out.
Still out there. So is Michael Smith and so is Rob Gall. I'll tell you what, I don't like that strategy. Lionel Callisto is going to be almost a full lap ahead if they wait too much longer.
Now, Taft Baldwin was catching up to Bob Beltrami, but got caught by lap traffic. But he is now within about half a second of third place, as lap traffic now slows down Beltrami as well. Four swings both ways.
So who else came in? It was Kalisto came in and Nathan also came in, correct? Is that what
that's correct.
Yeah.
And Michael Smith had caught a bit of the wall in turn 1, able to keep going though. I see another car down on the apron. That's Kyle Murphy.
I tell you what, the only reason that this could be a good strategy is they're banking on a yellow happening. Otherwise, they've just made a huge mistake to their strategy.
Moore continues to stay out. Pence continues to stay out. Beltrami. In fact, Beltrami was almost up to the wall there through 3 and 4. He's losing ground to trying to see who that was that just went past him. That's Alan Hasebeck, who's 6 laps down, who absolutely blew past Bob Beltrami.
I wonder why that is. Could it be maybe he has fresher tires?
And there goes Beltrami down low. Oh, no, he's only letting Baldwin by. It's still not coming in. James, I think you've got a future as a crew chief if you want to hop on the team of one of these guys.
I have a guy that would say the same thing, but but I've also screwed him up many times as well, so maybe that's just best if I just go ahead and talk about what I think is going on.
Lionel Kalisto has already worked his way up to 9th with those fresh tires. Coming up onto Smitty. He is still a lap down though.
Stays green much longer, Kalisto's going to be able to unlap himself.
And man, if we're able to get a shot of Lionel here, he is so much faster than everyone else. So yeah, just watch as he gains on Mike Vining in front of him. Let's just watch how quickly he gets up to him.
This is a car who is a lap down from him, so this is not for position. But now you can see in the corners, yeah.
Look at the gain on Taft Baldwin. Yeah, he might even get below Taft here going into 3 and 4. He can run whatever line he wants to. He's going to be able to get around Taft here. He is that much quicker. The tires make that much of a difference. He's going to lap himself here if they wait too much longer.
Still, our leaders stay out, making no sign of coming in. And car in front of Lionel Kalisto showing quite a bit of damage. Not sure who that was. I'm not sure that that's accurate, though. That was Chris Pence. Yeah, that couldn't have been accurate. So Taft Baldwin now in 3rd. Does that mean, oh, he's overtaken Bob Beltrami? So Taft Baldwin has worked in to a podium position, but he's been staying out, which we've seen has been losing him time hand over fist.
Kalisto can now see Ethan Moore on the straightaway.
Oh, that's going to be a wake-up call when Kalisto unlaps himself on the leader. Steve Paulson pitting in. Ethan Moore says he's coming in now.
Finally, he's pitting. Now let's see how far that Lionel is out in front of him.
Kalisto just went by him. He actually passed him as Moore was going into the pit lane.
Chris Pence elects to stay out, though. Now, has Taft Baldwin gone in? Yes, Taft Baldwin is in.
Baldwin's in right now.
So has Beltrami. I think everybody's waking up at about the same time here.
Lionel's at 3 and 4 as we speak.
Pence is coming in. Where is Moore? Moore is still stationary.
And Lionel is in the middle, coming off of turn 2 right now. Give that man a gold star. That is an A++ on strategy.
We're on lap 249, still over 100 laps to go. So Michael Smith is still the car yet to pit of our leaders. In fact, he still stays out. However, everybody is now, all the top 5 are on the same lap as him.
Another guy who benefited with the Callisto strategy is Joe Nathan, currently running in 3rd. And once we get our the other cars to come in, I think he's going to move up.
Undoubtedly. Now, where?
Yeah. Michael Smith still hasn't come in yet, right? We're showing him the leader, but we know he hasn't been, right?
Yes, Smith has not pitted yet. That's kind of screwing up our timing and scoring because we're seeing everybody but the top 5 or so a lap down. Top 3 now, and we've got a
Oh, yeah, the spinner!
It's Joe Nathan! That's coming out of 2. And that was another solo spin. Didn't even touch anything. We're going to go to replay. So this is going to be very interesting now.
Nathan was up virtually up into 2nd place when he spun that and Callisto. Smith has yet to pit.
Pitts is yet to pit, I believe. Is that correct? Or is Pitts come in?
No, I think there's only 2 cars on the lead lap right now. I think it's Smith and Callisto. Callisto did the pit stop and unlapped himself, and Smith stayed out long enough to hang on to the lead.
Michael Smith is the only one that benefited from staying out, because everyone else, they're stuck a lap. The only thing that they can do right now is get the waiver round, but they don't have good
I don't
tires.
think they. I'm not sure they will though, right? Because Callisto might be ahead of them. We'll have to see.
You don't really have a choice in this situation. You have so many people a lap down, and I mean, Lionel Callisto and Michael Smith, they have it good. They're going to come in, they're going to get their fresh tires, but I mean, you have to at least. And if you want to get back into this race, you had to take the waiver round, I would think.
But I'm saying you're not going to get the waiver round because Callisto's not going to come in. All those guys are a lap behind. Callisto stays out; they're stuck behind him.
Well, you still look at Callisto though. The last time that he was on pit road was, close to 20 laps ago. He had to come in and pit because otherwise Michael Smith is just going to run off and leave you now.
That's a good point. I guess all of a sudden you're in a 2-car race with Michael Smith, and you have everybody else a lap down. I'm telling Lionel, stay out there.
Well, he did stay out, as Michael Smith did come in. We also have Jason Pitts on the lead lap, I'm seeing now. So it's going to take a minute to try and sort all this out. We don't have any more championships to go through, so we do have some time to try and figure out how in the world this whole weird situation is going to play out.
That's what I think is going to happen. I think Callisto is going to be on the pole, inside of where he wants to be, inside of 1, but he's going to have the oldest tire of everybody. Smith's going to have brand new tires outside of him, and then everybody else is going to have new tires because I think no, they're probably not going to come in. They've only just came in. Everybody else is going to have much fresher tires. Callisto's going to be a lap ahead, but on older tires. Very.
I don't like the strategy of staying out there. I mean, you just have one other person to worry about, and yeah, all those guys might get unlapped on this, but you were going to have much better tires than them. Now they're going to have much better tires than you, so even if you keep them a lap down, well, first off, the leader's going to run away from you, and all those guys trying to get back on the lead lap, well, they're going to have much fresher tires, and they're going to blow by you. It's, I mean, it's kind of, whichever way you looked at it, he was in a rock and a hard between a rock and a hard place there, and he was kind of in a strategy was not going to work out for him no matter what route he decided to take.
Well, it wouldn't be too bad. He could come in and get new tires and still be our leader right now, I think. Although we're looking here now. We're showing Pitts and Smith and Moore and Nathan as being on the same lap. Now, Nathan would be on the same lap. He was on the same lap with Kalisto. He was running in second when he spun, brought out the yellow flag. So, Nathan, that makes sense that he's still there.
Well, we've got a whole mess of cars you can see looking at Kalisto now, and all those cars in front of him are the ones that are about to get a wave around.
This is going to be very interesting on this restart. You have about 3 separate tire lives out there, so it's going to be, well, let's see how quickly this next yellow comes, because I'm not feeling too hopeful.
I kind of have to agree with you on that one. If we've got so many different tire lives out there and drivers trying to come through the field to make their strategy work, it's going to be a bit of a mess, to put it lightly. They should be going back green this time, but they're trying to sort themselves out, I think.
So Ethan Moore and Joe Nathan are going to get the wave around, and those guys are going to be on fresh tires as well. So there's going to be 5 cars on the lead lap.
So we're on board with Lionel Kalisto, but we're looking back. We might want to look forward because Michael Smith starting second. He's got way fresher tires now. He might be running away with this thing. Lionel accelerates away. Smitty with fresher tires. We're expecting him to come through. Oh, and we got a car up into the wall. That's Taft Baldwin.
Yeah, he just got a little bit out of that groove, and there's not a lot of push there.
Kalisto proving me wrong at the moment. He's gained about half a second over Smitty as these tires come up to temperature. What's going to happen here? But here comes Taft Baldwin. Baldwin coming through as well. Baldwin was a lap down though. He's currently sitting 6th. He's trying to get his lap back. Smitty still in second. And Smitty is dropping. He's got much fresher tires. This is weird.
Kalisto's tires right now are 23 laps old. And here we're going to see a pass to unlap himself.
Now, James, does age versus temperature have any effect? Because they did get their tires cooled down by that caution. Is that helping out Lionel Kalisto?
It maybe did for that first lap, and now we're seeing exactly why he should have come in and pit there. Taft is going to drive around him with ease, unlapped himself, so while Taft might be able to hold on to the lead right now, who's our Jason Pitts, and then Joe Nathan, Ethan Moore, look for them to start slowly gaining back on Lionel here throughout this run. And I think that he's going to regret that decision unless he gets another quick yellow here.
So the car you see up in front, as actually we were on Bob Beltrami sitting in 9th, and a nice little battle with Rob Gall and Jason Pitts in front of him. But I was going to say, the car that you saw past Lionel Kalisto was not for position. That was a car unlapping itself, in case you're wondering why we weren't more excited about cars changing up at the front.
Oh, we're going to see that happen a lot here.
Pitt's going a little bit high. And that's going to allow Rob Gall to get by, as well as Beltrami. Actually, 2 positions lost.
What's surprising is how well Kalisto has been able to stay out front here. He's got Smith coming in on him, and that's going to be a pass for the lead. Smith has much newer tires.
He's closing ever so slowly. Now, where is Jason Pitts? Jason Pitts is a little ways back in 3rd. We switched to Smith, trying to chase down Kalisto. About half a second back. Lap 263. A couple more laps. We'll only have 100 to go.
Guys, we might have a Days of Thunder. They might have put some special tires on Lionel Kalisto's car for that last run, because I can't imagine how he's still running the laps that he's running right now with the age of his tires.
Well, maybe that comes down to what you were talking about before, with a good setup on the car, liking this early part of the run.
The longer this goes green, though, the more he's going to regret that decision, though. So, as of right now, it's working out for him. But, I mean, now we're starting to see Michael Smith and Jason Pitts. They're starting to gain on him. And as I'm watching the leaderboard, Ethan Moore seems to be gaining a little bit as well on him also.
And Spence just overtook Michael Smith to try and get his lap back. He still has one more car to try and get back on the lead lap, and that's Lionel Callisto just ahead of him. But Pence, remember, he was one of our top runners before that was caught out by this unusual strategy situation.
This is going to work both ways, because eventually Listo's going to come in here, and he's going to be the guy on new tires, and everybody else is going to be running on 20-lap old tires.
And here he goes, Pence closing right up on the back of Callisto. There he goes, through the inside, gets his lap back. Chris Pence now just has to hope for a caution to help him make this strategy work. For those of you who are on the iRacing service, just a little bit of a note. Oh, and Lionel Callisto is slowing.
There goes Smith, passes for the lead, side by side for the lead.
The mistake out of turn 2 from Lionel Callisto has handed it over to Michael Smith on those fresher tires. I was about to say, those of you who are on iRacing might want to know that Lionel Callisto actually has an 5,000 I rating on the oval side, so he knows what he's doing out there.
He's the type of person that you just see their I rating and you feel a little worse about yourself.
Well, I think Bill has sort of accustomed himself to his position.
If I look at everybody, they make me feel that way.
Just makes me try harder. Lionel Callisto, Beltrami, who's trying to get his lap back. Here comes Jason Pitts. This is for position, as Pitts only 2/10 behind our second place driver Callisto. Smith is starting to run away. He's got about a second gap now over these guys. Let's ride on board with Jason Pitts. Let's see him try and make this overtake on Callisto.
You can see it through the corners there that Jason Pitts just gets a huge run off. He just has so much more grip than Lionel right now.
Just a little bit of a glance up against the old Darlington wall for Jason Pitts. Right behind him we can't see is Nick Hunt, who is a lap down, as well as Alan Haysbeck, who's multiple laps down.
And Rob Gall goes around our leader to get his lap back.
It's all starting to make a little bit more sense. Drivers sort themselves out. Boy, what a 1 in a million caution to really just mix things up a treat. Now we have no idea how this race is going to play out, and Beltrami just clipped the wall.
Yo, look at that strategy there. Oh, Lionel got the wall a little bit off of turn 2.
That's going to hand it over to Pitts, who moves into second. Callisto may be starting to struggle on those tires now.
You know, Lionel, I was seeing his strategy earlier. He aced the midterm and he is failing the final, man. That he is not. I just don't like this idea of him stayed out. And we're starting to see he's dropping now, and I think that he's probably thinking the same thing, that maybe I should have done things a little differently when I had the chance.
Oh, save the tape, director, because Lionel's going to show that he knows what he's doing. I love what he's doing. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to two people with totally different opinions of how this works.
Bill throwing caution to win, you don't say.
I don't like Callisto putting it in the wall, but other than that,
he's rolling the dice, that's for sure. We'll see if it pays off. Oh, and there's another scrape. That's going to allow Nick Hunt to just get inside. Alan Hayesbeck is going to be looking for that lap. Nick Hunt unable to get it done, though.
But see, that one was nice and gentle, though. That is an authentic Darlington strike. When they go up and they smack the wall, that's when it's not fun and games anymore. That's when you've made a big mistake. But that's a small little scrape like that. Not a big deal. Keep on running.
Now here's where it gets really interesting. Ethan Moore, remember, he was trying to climb through the field, is now only about 2.5 seconds back from Lionel Callisto. And, as we keep pointing out, he is on a lot fresher tires.
How about a shout out to Jason Pitts, currently running in second place?
We haven't talked a whole lot about him. We haven't seen a whole lot of him up at the top end of the field as well.
He benefited from that strategy. There you go, Jason. You say we never give you any screen time? There you go. Say hi to Mom. Wave to her.
Number
Mom, no
111.
hands.
Number 111 currently about 4 seconds back from Michael Smith, though. Smith has been gapping the field.
It's in the Chipotle car. They have that out where you are, Joe, in Colorado?
Of course they have Chipotle. Oh, and he gets right up under Rob Gall. What happened there? Trying to put Rob Gall another lap down.
I tell you what, I don't want to imagine a life without Chipotle. So, big fan of that car right there.
Currently running in second place. Nice job from Jason Pitts. He's well back, 4.5 seconds back behind Smith for the lead.
Wondering how many miles per burrito he's getting right now.
You're starting to see guys that are able to keep themselves out of trouble and still in this fight. These are the guys that, you know, they haven't been too aggressive today. They've just let the race kind of come to them, and now we're seeing, now we're seeing them having a chance to fight it out here. The strategy and that untimely caution kind of threw a wrench into the plans, but you're still seeing them still with a shot at it. One more yellow, we're going to see another. We're going to see another battle here.
So of the 30 cars that started, we now only have 19 left on track. Watching Lionel Callisto being caught by Ethan Moore, closing at a fast rate of knots down into 3 and 4. Is he going to try and go underneath him? Looks for the pass, decides to back out of it. A matter of time, we're pretty sure. Moore on a lot of fresher tires. Callisto trying to commit to this strategy, trying to make it work. Once again, Moore backs out of it. Wonder if Callisto coming... Oh, and Moore is into the wall! Very hard.
Well, here's an interesting little number for you there as we look at an eye on I'm looking at Taft Baldwin right now, who I was saying was closing, but Baldwin had trouble.
He's slow. What happened to Baldwin?
Baldwin had just knocked 3 seconds off the time he was on the lead lap.
He's been dropping time for a number of laps. I'm going back and looking at it. What? Oh, he hit the wall hard a number of laps ago. Looks like he got loose coming out of 2, and then had a tank slapper all the way back up into the outside wall. Ooh, it was a very hard hit, so that's why that car's suffering. In fact, Baldwin is into the pits.
Right, he had unlapped himself, if you remember, and he was flying.
So there we see him with a lot of damage on that right side. Hopefully he can get back out. We certainly don't want to see all the Baldwins dead.
Unless you're like on South Park.
Well, I am in Colorado.
Okay, they're not big on the Baldwin brothers on that show.
Oh, he's getting damage repaired. So we jump up back to Callisto. Currently in 3rd position. Moore still hasn't been able to get past. He takes a look down on the inside of 1, though, and still backs out of it. This is a very patient Moore. I would have thought that he had gotten this done a lot quicker. I'm wondering why he keeps backing out of these moves.
Okay, someone was one of the guys that Kalisto had to worry about because he had unlapped himself. I think now you might want to look at Pence, who's out there racing right now. Last car on the lead lap.
Sitting in 6th. Also had unlapped himself. Right now we're looking at Ethan Moore still trying to get this position, though, away from Lionel Kalisto. Ooh, having a hard time off of turn 2. Lost ground. Ethan Moore collecting it, though, without touching the wall.
Pence is out there knocking about a half-second per lap off of Smith's lead.
Which is now about almost 7 seconds over Jason Pitts, who's sitting in 2nd. Now, this is very unusual. Moore continues to back out of any opportunity that he could get just to get right on the back of Kalisto. James, do you have any thoughts about what's... Whoa!
Hey, I think he's going to get him now.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of racing the racetrack. So now you're going to get a chance to pass the person in front of you because they make a mistake. And the way that this track is set up, it's really hard to not make a mistake every now and again, even for the fast guys.
Moore moves himself to the podium position. Lionel Kalisto down to 4th. What lap did he pit?
About, what did I say, it was about 25 when we went green, so it's quite a while.
2:36 is the last time he was on pit road.
That is a long time. Lap 289 now.
We might see him in here before too long. He might do that strategy again, and who knows, maybe it'll work out for him. Ooh. When
That
we
was
saw
Alan Hispick having a huge moment.
We've seen a lot of huge moments out of a lot of people today. This track has been just absolutely tough.
We're going to watch the replay on Hispick. I think that was just him by himself getting loose. Actually, no, he smacked the outside wall, and that's what sent him almost spinning. Collects it on the apron, does a great job.
James, what's a fuel run here? If you were going to run it, I guess we're looking at 77 laps to the end. I think Kalisto could stop it from here, couldn't he, if he wants to run it long?
This is that one point in a race where you maybe would think about doing such a strategy. And you know, around that amount to go, we're getting in the range now where you can maybe think about doing that. Even then, we saw how much time he was gaining on Michael Smith, who had stayed out and was doing that fuel run strategy. That you know, just a few more laps, and all of a sudden Lionel was going to be right back in the lead. And so I think that the tires are that much of a premium that I don't think that fuel mileage in Darlington are not words you expect to hear at the same sense very often.
Well, we're watching a battle between Gall and Hunt, but I want to keep an eye on Jason Pitts, who has almost chopped the lead gap in half to Michael Smith. He is gaining hand over fist. As Rob Gall gets passed by Nick Hunt. That was for 8th and 9th position. Let's jump a little farther back in the pack. Other cars a lap down. 11th and 12th, Stephen Paulson and Adam Young. About a half second between these two.
Things are really starting to settle down as we watch those guys. Bob Beltrami has unlapped himself now, putting himself the 7th car on the lead lap.
In fact, he's only 3 seconds behind Chris Pence. Let's jump over Kyle Murphy and Alan Hesbeck. We saw Hesbeck.
Ooh, Lionel's in the wall. That one looks
And
to be a
slow.
little bit harder than we're probably going to see him coming to pit road here.
That was up into turn 1.
Yeah, Kalisto's going to come in and pit.
Yeah, this strategy only works if you can actually get the car on the track.
Pushing it right to the limit on the pit entry, but manages to avoid sending it into the barrels. Meanwhile, Jason Pitts now under 3 seconds behind Smitty. He can see him on the straightaways.
Listo's car, I'm telling you, it's like the Blues Brothers car. It's just beat up on all sides. It's beat up on the front, on the back, on the right side. Oh.
We're hearing that somebody may have blown an engine. And is
Kyle
Murphy. That is Kyle Murphy's day most likely over in the number 48 machine.
Oh, gentlemen, we have something very interesting. Guess who has not used their fast repair until just now? That would be...
Could it be Lionel Kalisto?
I think it might be.
I was just telling you how beat up that car looked, and then all of a sudden, oh, it was like I dream a genie. Boy, I'm dating myself, and it was beautiful again.
Well, he's a lap down, but we could see the caution come into play once again. Michael Smith is still out. The gap is now 1.5 seconds between him and Jason Pitts. One more to go, and we are on lap 300. Three-century mark only took us, let's see, it looks like about 3 hours.
Ooh, but the last 100 laps went a lot faster than the first 100 laps.
There we go, ticking off lap 300. Michael Smith, currently our leader. And incredibly, in all of this, we have recently had someone surpass for the most laps led. That was Lionel Kalisto. He's led 53, but it's been a while since he gave that up to Michael Smith, who has only led 38 laps of this race. We've had quite a smattering of different leaders over the course of this thing.
This new track and this new build from iRacing is absolutely fantastic. The race keeps changing, and this is exactly what you see on a normal NASCAR weekend. This is it's just very interesting to me, and personally very exciting to watch the race kind of develop and see who has the best car, towards the end of this race. And right now, we'll see how well Lionel will do if this race stays green.
Currently running in 11th position now, 1 lap down. Got quite a ways to go to unlap himself.
Make that 10th position, actually. He's still got a few more cars. Where is the leader compared to him? About half a track away from Smith.
And guys, just an interesting figure is that we've had 13 different leaders today.
Wow.
That is absolutely unheard of on a non-restrictor plate racetrack.
Yeah, really. Whoa, big moment for Joe Nathan trying to unlap himself from Michael Smith, but he manages to hold the car together and get by. Oh, and we got a caution.
Yellow was out.
Who was it?
Drew Lalonde, perhaps? Currently in the pits.
His car's smoking in the pits. Yep, that would be it. I think you're going to see just about everybody come in, except for Lionel Kalisto. Lalonde with a hard hit on the inside wall, once again coming out of 2. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment, let you know how the pit stops played out, give you the order, hopefully take you to the end of this 500-mile race. Welcome back to Darlington. We are in the final 60 laps here in the Pacific Majors Southern 500. Right now, Michael Smith is leading, but we've had a recent caution that has mixed up the strategy. Ethan Moore is going to be starting second. Lionel Callisto is the one we've all been watching. In fact, he's catching up to the lead pack right now as the lights are off on the pace car. And we'll have to see what he can do on these fresh tires all the way to the end of the race. So we're going to hop on board Nick Hunt as the pace car peels off, watching the start. Michael Smith gets a good run.
Horrible start from Moore.
In fact, he drops back into third. Nick Hunt moves into second. We haven't seen him up top. Let's see what he can do.
Moore drops to fourth.
Pence gets by him as well. Remember, Pence was closing in earlier on before we had that caution.
Little train Callisto on the outside. Holy moly!
That was close.
That was Mike Franklin getting low. Another car getting loose. That's Adam Young. What in the world happened there?
That was a heart stopper. Everybody got through, but whoa.
Let's see. That was Doff. Who was that? Mike Franklin, possibly?
Yeah.
Franklin, whoa. I think he was just trying to get out of everybody's way and slow, and didn't get out of the way soon enough before slowing. But nobody hit each other, so no harm, no foul.
Okay. Check Smith's luggage for stolen towels because he is checking out. He's got almost a 2-second lead.
Now, wasn't Nick Hunt up in second place about a lap ago? He's now sitting in fifth. What happened?
Yeah, he started inside of row 2 there. We had the camera on him. Meanwhile, the guy we've been watching all race, Lionel Callisto, has moved himself up to seventh position.
Yeah.
If Lionel wants to have a chance in this race, though, he needs another quick yellow here.
I wouldn't put it past. Have one more caution before this thing ends the day. Meanwhile, Smith has been running away from Pence, currently about a second and a half back, and we've got Ethan Moore all over the back of Chris Pence. Our order for the top, and now that they've started to settle out, Smith leading, Pence in second, Moore third, Beltrami fourth, Nick Hunt in fifth, Rob Gall sitting in sixth, Lionel Callisto in seventh, Joe Nathan in eighth, Jason Pitts in ninth, and Stephen Paulison in the top 10, although he's heading into the pits now.
For those Mike Franklin fans, he is back on the racetrack, 71 laps down.
71 down with less than 71 to go. I'm sure there's a lot to be gained there, but
you never know. You gotta just keep swimming, always and always. That gap between Smith and Pence seems to be going up. Now up to 2 seconds. Smitty's starting to run away with it. He's won one long distance oval race. Can he make it 2 this season?
Michael Smith, we did not talk about him all race, but now that it's counting, strategy that I would say I personally wouldn't have gone the strategy that he did, but he lucked out, a timely yellow, and now he's looking in a really good position to maybe steal this victory here.
Listo moves up one more position into fifth.
Smith did that long green flag run where he stayed out. He was the last car to come in. In fact, he never did come in. The only car that hadn't pitted when the yellow flew. Worked out perfectly for him. You know, Joe and I, we talked about him early in the race, is kind of sitting back there, 6th, 7th position. Just biding his time, and Lord knows he has the speed to run up there.
He's now led 54 laps. I believe he just took over the lead of most laps led. But yeah, we mentioned him earlier and mentioned his win at Charlotte, how he only led 1 lap. But he was good at the end of the run. That's what mattered. He had the opportunity, and he took it home. Right now, he's going to have to go a long ways if we go green, and he's going to have a car that, once again, handles good at the end of the run. Right now, it's handling good at the start. So, can it go both ways? We've switched to Rob Gall in 7th. Currently trying to hunt down Nick Hunt. Hunt was dropping back, and we got a caution.
Steve Paulison.
There's Steve Paulison, who had the accident. Michael Smith immediately got on the radio and said, "That is not what I wanted."
Nope, that's not what he wanted. Lionel Little Train Callisto wanted that, though.
Now, Paulison didn't hit anything. He's half spun it coming out of the final corner. Just stopped it on the racing line. Thankfully, nobody got into him.
My goodness, he's in the Schlitz car. Talk about your throwback car. Go for the gusto, buddy. Nice going with the Schlitz machine. Oh,
I have to confess, the only reason I know what Schlitz is because my dad had a garbage can with Schlitz on it. I even asked him, "What in the world is that?" Look at all the cars heading into the pits.
And let's go ahead and reset everything here, because now finally everyone is back on the same strategy.
And Lionel Callisto and all those guys who stayed out, there's got to be no lapped cars between them. Looking at 10 cars, 11 cars on the lead lap, all nose to tail. Is this 48 laps? Does this go the distance from here, James?
Pretty much at this point, you're only going to pit when a yellow comes out. Otherwise, you can go ahead and run it to the end, but that's a strategy at this point. You go until there's another slowdown. You come in, you get 4 more tires, and then you try it again. So that's the strategy at this point. Is go like heck.
Go like heck is a great strategy. First out of the pits is Michael Smith.
Yeah.
Pence in second, Beltrami in third. Moore looks like he's going to be in fourth. Lionel Little Train Callisto in fifth. Nick Hunt, 6th position. Joe Nathan in 7th. Rob Gall going to get 8th. Jason Pitt's going to be in 10th. And Hutchinson is in 9th. I don't see Hutchinson. There we go. Hutchinson stayed out, maybe?
Nope, Hutchinson is heading into the pits. So that's going to bump Jason Pitts into 9th. Remember, Jason was closing on Smitty pretty rapidly before we got a caution a little bit ago. So I wonder what Pitts can do down there from 9th. So we got a number of cars going to get some more laps back. And Barnes, Adam Young, Kyle Murphy, Stephen Paulison.
And you go back and you start to think, if only some of those cars could still be here. Blake Reynolds, those guys who are out, Taft Baldwin. What would it be like if they were in the hunt?
We'll only be left to wonder, unfortunately. We're going to get about 4 wave-bys here that we mentioned just a bit ago.
Brian Barnes, Adam Young, Steve Polsey, as Kyle Murphy's going to come in and elect to get tires instead of a wave around.
Interesting. Wondering why he's electing for that, if that's going to come back into play.
Well, when you're 6 laps down, not a whole lot to be gained
true.
at that point.
Ah, yes. Didn't realize he wasn't only a lap down. In fact,
I don't believe there's going to be any cars that are a lap down.
Just about to say that, yeah. You're either in it or you're not at this point.
Well, how about Adam Young? Going to be 5th place, last car on the lead lap in the Smith & Wesson car.
For a NASCAR race, I suppose. So, lights are off on the pace car. Smitty is going to lead them to the green flag. We're on lap 322. It's now getting down to the end. Can we stay green until the end? On board with Smitty, looking back at the pack. A hungry field of cars looking to complete this 500-miler, and for first position, everybody wants to come away with the win. Only one of them can do it. Pace car is gone, green flag is out, and Smitty accelerates away. Chris Pence is in second. Bob Beltrami slots into third. He's going to have a challenge around the outside from Ethan Moore, but nothing doing. Lionel Callisto slots in behind him in fourth. Can Callisto come back into this thing? Everybody looking nice and patient on the restart. It is not the end of the race right now. It's going to be there soon, but no reason to make crazy moves yet.
I think our winner is going to come somewhere from the top 4. I'm not sure. Maybe Ethan Moore has the speed to stay with these guys, but Callisto's been fast. Beltrami's been up there all race, and we know Pence is good and Smith is good.
Bill, I know you like to be a betting man. Who do you think's got this one?
Oh, and Beltrami's in the wall. Beltrami took a little bump on the wall. I like Callisto. I've been on him all race. I think he's got the speed. And a new car, like James saw.
So Ethan Moore was able to get past and Joe Nathan as well, going by Bob Beltrami. 2 positions lost from that smack on the wall. about half a second over Chris Pence, the lead. Kalisto is sitting in third. In fact, our top three are starting to stretch away. Ethan Moore about a second back from Kalisto. James, I have to ask you as well, who's your pick now that we're down in the last dying stages?
I think that Michael Smith, with the luck that he had on the previous pit stop, I think that he is. I think he might still have the chance to steal one here. He's really good on a short run, and if the rest of the race goes his way, yeah, I think he might be able to fight Kalisto for the win.
Got a little trivia fact for you. Driver in first, driver in second, driver in third, they've all won a race this season.
Interesting. Michael Smith has also said, he was on the radio before the restart, he's thinking about the championship. He's not going to get too crazy until it gets to the end of the race. We got a car down low. That is Stephen Paulson once more. No caution. We're going to look at the replay, see what happened to Stephen. And having not the greatest of races. Looks like the rear end came around, went back in first, into the safer barrier.
Slit's car looks like a crushed beer can.
Up front, Chris Pence still holding about 2/10 behind Smith. Same thing with Kalisto, just about a half second behind Pence.
I have to say, I'm very impressed with Michael Smith and the way that he's running. I've not seen, we did not see him up front until the strategy got him up there, and he's been holding. He was a car that I would not think that would have had the speed early on, but he's made the right changes. He's been able to keep up with the track, and he was able to get himself in a position to fight for this. And I think he has a very good chance.
Smitty knows how to play the game. He knows how to win an endurance race on an oval.
And he must feel pretty good about his long run ability because he was able to stay out there for so long. He must not hate the car during the last half of a run.
Or at least drive around how it's handling, you have to assume. We're on board with a third place car, Lionel Kalisto. He's led a good chunk of this race, 53 laps led. Ahead of him, Michael Smith just ticking off, 71 laps led. Chris Pence, 26 laps led. These guys are the big players, the ones who survive. We've had guys who've led more than Chris Pence, but he's been up in it for almost this whole race. Kalisto closing in on that rear spoiler.
Oh, I think Kalisto. Do you think he got it, James?
I think he got another Darlington stripe there. It's just a shame because he had gotten that pretty new car with that fast repair not too long ago.
Well, if he can come away with the win, he's going to be able to afford to get himself a nice, pretty new one. Right now, he is still in the hunt for that, but behind them, Ethan Moore has caught up to this pack. In fact, so is Joe Nathan. So we have got 5 cars in the top pack, all within about 2 seconds.
I see how they're running now. It's all going to be how do they run in the next 20 laps from now. We have 33 to go.
They should be good to go to the end here on fuel. It's just a matter of, it really just depends on if the cautions come out. If we have a yellow, they're going to come down pit road. You won't see anyone stay out if that happens here going forward. So right now we just have to let the race kind of play out. And Michael Smith is looking good. He's maintaining a really good gap on everyone else, and the car is really good on the long run.
Callisto starting to get frisky there with Pence.
Certainly closing in on the rear of that number 73. Question is he going to try and push the issue to try to position himself in second? And behind him, Ethan Moore also gets up into the wall. And here he is. Rhino Callisto looking to the inside, down into one, but he backs out of it.
I think that's smart.
Shut the door.
Well, turn one is a very hard place when you're in that position to try and make a pass. It's a lot easier to make a pass in 3 and 4.
Moore once more glances the wall through 1 and 2. Here he goes again, gonna try and get that run. Oh! Come together! Pence and Callisto, no caution, both able to continue. Did they hit the inside wall?
They did. Gently.
Oof, that is not gonna sit well with either of those drivers. As we look at the replay, just chin a bit of the right side of Pence.
Yeah, Pence got into the wall and Lionel had nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, James.
That's going to bump them down. Lionel Callisto into 6th. And where is Chris Pence, actually? He is in 8th. So Michael Smith all by his lonesome, about a 1.5 lead over Ethan Moore. He's got Joe Nathan behind him. I'm starting to wonder about Joe Nathan as well. We've seen him move up towards the late of a run. Can he try and get up there? He's holding about 1/2 second behind Moore. He was just about 2 seconds, 1.5 behind Smith.
Now, I'm not saying all you Michael Smith fans don't take this wrong, but Michael Smith has been incredibly lucky this race. He got lucky on that green flag, and then he had his 2 biggest competitors take each other out. Certainly Smith is fast and could win this without the luck, but it's nice to be lucky and good.
Soup would rather be lucky than good any day of the week.
Smith must have horseshoes and 4-leaf clovers and rabbit's feet just hung all over the inside of that cockpit. The way this race has just absolutely come to him. Back to Callisto. Currently trying to hold off Nick Hunt. Number 04 has been close to the front, but dropped back pretty quickly. He's come back to the 4, currently sitting in 7th. Let's see if he can move himself into 6th.
And I think that has a lot to, gives a good example of maybe how healthy Lionel Callisto's car is there, that Hunt's able to run him down here.
Yeah, he's gaining. He is definitely gaining. So the gap between Smith and Moore has gone up now to 2 seconds. Ever so slightly, Smith starting to run away. We hear that someone might have made contact with the wall. We're not sure who. I think it might have been Chad Barker.
Yeah, and I think maybe Joe Nathan might have got a little scrape in there.
Yeah, Chad Barker definitely took a thwack into turn 1 actually. Lap 346. 22 to go. Now, we haven't talked about the endurance aspect, and guards, these guys have been getting a few breaks with a number of cautions throughout the race, James, but we have these longer runs. How is it affecting these drivers? Is it getting harder and harder to keep away from the outside wall?
We're 3 hours into this race so far, and this is a track where you really cannot get a break. You know, while you do have some long straightaways here, this track requires so much concentration, and there's so many things that can be going, you know. And Nathan Moore gets the wall just to help pad Michael Smith's lead just a little bit more. This is one of the harder races that you have the whole year, because you have to run. If you're gonna run fast, you got to run close to that wall. You got to concentrate the entire time, and there's many things to be happening. You know, there's you know, if you're not used to doing these type of races, there's many things that could go wrong that could take your focus away, and that's why we're seeing only 11 cars here on the lead lap towards the end of this. You know, and you also have other things to think about too. Is bathroom breaks? That's something that you don't typically have to worry about. And all of a sudden, if you got to go, well, now you have to kind of time it. Maybe I can get it done underneath this yellow, but as you're already up there, well, not going to really have a chance to do that. And you know, you might be lucky if you use that Gatorade bottle that you had sitting there earlier. But you know, that's just one of those things too that. You know, it's just another thing you have to kind of think about. And you know, we're sitting in a nice little office. Oh,
and we've got a
yellow.
caution. Michael Smith once more not happy that this has happened. He was just building his lead up. We're gonna see probably more pit stops. Was that Chris Pence? You've seen him slow. I think that was Chris Pence. Unfortunately.
Yep, it was.
I'm not seeing it on my replay, so I'm going to have to see it on the replay screen here.
Don't
I was
think
coming
he hit
out of
anything.
turn 2. He just
a little.
Oh, did he get a bit of the outside wall though? Yes, he did. Oh. No, he got some of the outside wall, so there was definite contact. After looking at a potential win, this is going to solidify Chris Pence's day, probably into at least a lap down. Now, does this bring Lionel Kalisto back into this? 16 laps to go. Can he get some of that damage repaired? Can he get back out there and try to challenge the leaders? That's the big question.
Right. I think the question is how much can his pit crew do comes in, because Nick Hunt had actually gotten around him right before the yellow came out. So he's not up to speed, but they can do some miracles in there.
Michael Smith leads the way into the pits. Ethan Moore came in second. Joe Nathan came in third. Let's see what order they come out.
Now, they're not going to take fuel, probably. So it's just a matter of 4 tires. You would think that iRacing, it would be fair and even. These guys should come in and go out at the same way they go in.
Now, Adam Young was on the lead lap, was he? I even seen him scored in first. He didn't go in. Oh, and look at this. Joe Nathan is going to come out behind Smith. Remember, I was wondering what he had. It's going to put him right up behind the leader. And what is Adam Young doing?
Now, this could be really interesting, because this would, if he decides to stay out, he was at the back of lap 1 anyway. So maybe he's going to stay out. It would shuffle up where the cars would start. It would put more into the second row.
But, oh, Adam's coming in now. So Young has elected to come in. Anyways, that's going to bump Smith back into the lead. We're going to get some cars getting some laps back. That includes Brian Barnes as well as Chad Barker. Barker being 3 laps down, Barnes being 4 laps down.
James, do you know, does iRacing let you, if you're the leader, do they let you choose the inside or outside, or does it force you to the inside?
You're going to have to start on the inside.
Boy, and for the viewers, we haven't mentioned it much, but you can take a second to look at the color of the track and how that rubber's been laid down there. That's really wonderful.
So I'm thinking when we go back to green, 11 or 12 lap shootout here.
Just around that, yep.
So Smith is going to be on the inside, Joe Nathan on the outside, Moore, and then Rob Gall, row 2.
Now, Michael Smith has had the long-run car he's come to show us tonight. Now we're going to have this short little shootout here. Has he made the changes necessary in order to make sure that his car will be good for that short run?
We'll wait and see. The number 27 is going to lead the way. Pace lights are off. We go back to green flag racing on lap 356 in a 367 lap 500-mile race here at Darlington Speedway. Number of drivers have been looking good this race. Michael Smith leading most of the way, 93 laps led. Almost a third, well, not, I guess more like a quarter of the race. Don't ask me to do math. Joe Nathan, sitting there, has only led 8 laps. He's in second. He's looked strong towards the end of this race. He's had opportunities to be up towards the front. He's had some bad luck, made some mistakes, gotten around it. Ethan Moore sitting in third. He's been strong and up there. Rob Gall, we have not seen him leading yet. Has led 0 laps. What can we do as we ride on board with him for the restart? Pace car has peeled off. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. Can we stay green the whole way? Michael Smith takes off, gets a good launch. So does Rob Gall. Rob Gall looking at third place as he tries to go around Ethan Moore. Is into the wall hard, coming out of 2. That's going to cost him positions. And here comes Lionel Callisto.
Callisto's up to 4th.
If Callisto can pull this off, that would be incredible.
If he's going to do it, he's got to make quick work here of Ethan to get up there to Smith, who's starting to really stretch it out a bit.
Smitty already has a half-second lead over Nathan. He's certainly looking good on the initial restart. Callisto only a 10th behind Moore. What has he got? Ten laps to go now. Callisto looks to the inside.
Here he
has
goes.
the momentum. But he's not got the grip down low. Can he get a launch off of the corner? He's trying for it. Does not have the momentum. Gonna stick with it down into 1. He goes very low, down to the apron. Still holds on to it. Lionel Callisto trying to force his way into 3rd. Oh, and now he's got it as Moore gets into the wall.
Very aggressive there, but it definitely paid off.
Well, there's a time to hold back and there's a time to be aggressive. Only 10 laps to go. Lionel Callisto thinks that now is the time. He's got about 2 seconds up to Joe Nathan, who has pulled on to this half-second gap to Smitty.
Watching Callisto make that move, I was actually leaning in my chair to the left, trying to get the car. Don't slide up there. I don't know how he got that car to stick.
I was kind of wondering that myself.
Smith kind of had a bad exit there. I think Nathan might be running him down a bit.
Meanwhile,
You know, when
go ahead.
When Lionel had that wreck earlier and took him out of the race, no one told him because he's coming back up here. He's not done yet.
I guess he got that damage as fixed as he needs. Right now he is looking good. Closing in ever so slightly. The gap between Nathan and Smith has been going down. It's down to 0.3. We've been watching this battle for 6th and 7th. Hunt almost losing it. Definitely losing positions.
Oh,
Nathan is
Nathan,
looking
look at this.
super strong. Oh, he's got a great run. He looks to the inside, down to the 1. Smitty holds onto it and shuts the door. 5 laps to go. He was strong off of the last corner. Is he good off of 4? Let's watch this time. Both cars pushing hard, still 2 seconds ahead of Kalisto. This time, Smitty much stronger coming out of 4. No opportunity for Nathan. 4 to go. Remember, Smitty is looking at the championship. Sure, he wants this win too. How hard does he fight? And Adam Young's engine has given up the ghost. That's going to send him down the order. Meanwhile, staying with Nathan. Bad exit off of 2. 3 laps to go. Now down to 2 to go.
You can just see as they go through the corner how each car is better in certain parts. Nathan seems to be real good through the middle of the corner. Smith may be better on the out exit.
He's losing opportunities. Nathan is going to have to get a run. Next time by, they're going to get the white flag. Smitty stretching himself to just about 3/10, getting himself a little bit more room. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. 500 miles is within reach. Lap car getting out of the way. Nathan able to close, coming up through 1 and 2. Looking for a run out of the corner. They're going to put another lap on Adam Young, who's trying to reach the checkered flag. 1 more corner to go for Smitty. Trying to hold on to it. Nathan running out of opportunities. It's going to be Smitty, for the 2nd time this season, wins the Southern 500. What did I
Final
say
Callisto gets 3rd. Yeah.
Earlier in the race, you cannot discount Smitty on these oval races. Incredible win. Whew. And Adam Young is able to cross the line. Coasted his way around for multiple laps in the number 21. So let's go to a quick break. We're going to come back with driver interviews and the unofficial results. We'll also have the upcoming races on screen, so stick around. Welcome back to Darlington Speedway, and the winner of the Southern 500 today is Michael Smith. His second oval win in this series. Joe Nathan came home in second, and Lionel Callisto rounded out the podium after a hard charge back to the front. Ethan Moore finished in fourth with Bob Beltrami in fifth, and Rob Gall, in sixth. Jason Pitts was only able to recover to a seventh, and Nick Hunt, after late incidents with the wall, finished in eighth. Wayne Hutchinson rounds out ninth, and Chris Pence in 10th, Bill.
And Joe Peak takes all the drivers on the lead laps and leaves me all the ones, and James all the ones that are lap down. James Young, lap down. He almost finished on the lead lap. Limped that smoking car home in 11th position. Carl Burke, the first car 2 laps down. Brian Barnes in the 13th position. In the 14th position, Alan Hasebeck. Kyle Murphy, Stephen Paulison in 16th. 17th goes to Chad Baker. Drew Lalonde in 18th, 19th to Mike Franklin, and rounding out the top 20, really fast but couldn't bring it home, Taft Baldwin. James?
Mike Bonning will come in 21st tonight. Mark Walls ran really good earlier in the race, comes in 22nd. Chris Beck in 23rd. LZ Daly in 24th. Kyle During in 25th. Matt Gelder in talked to him earlier, finishing up in 26th. Brian Bennett in 27th. Blake Reynolds 28th. Jared Morgan 29th. And rounding out the field will be David Williams.
Sad to see David finish so far down. We have a special treat for you. We have a camera affixed to show you the difference in the racing groove from the start of the race here to the end, just at the exit of turn 2. This is early on in the race, just around lap 5. Now let's see what it looks like just at the end. And we're just one moment. We're having a few technical difficulties. We thought we had this figured out.
I win the bet.
So give us just one moment.
There
we go. There we can see. There's what it looks like at the end. You can see the deep, dark groove. All that is rubber put down by the cars, and that is not pre-programmed in. If you are not familiar with iRacing, they don't do anything canned, as they like to say, and this has all been affected by where the cars have driven on the track during the entire race, how hard they were driving. Everything, just like it's affected in real life, has affected how that groove plays out. But now that we've taken a little, we're going to take one more look at the early bit, and let's see if our director is able to. I guess we're only going to look at the early part. Anyways, let's jump to our interviews now that we've nerded out about the racing line coming in this digital simulation. Let's also talk to our winner, Michael Smitty Smith. It's his second win this season. Smitty, is there just some secret to these long oval races that the other guys don't?
If the secret is early, then I got it down. No, man. This one feels so good. I mean, the first one was big, but going into this one, I've actually been a little bit sick this week. Might be able to tell in the voice a little bit. Man, I've always hated Darlington. I've hated it so much, and going into the weekend, that's exactly, or going into the qualifying way I felt, and then I was finally starting to get some things going my way after a buddy of mine, shout out to Mark Connell, a good friend of mine, sent me a deal from Ricky Craven. He had wrote about his experience at Darlington, where he went to his rookie year and was terrible because he hated it, and then took a trip around the track with David Pearson in the minivan where he showed him all the things. Anyway, he went into look at it as a challenge. Kind of look at it a little bit differently. So I changed my mindset, and I actually was enjoying myself in qualifying midweek and there at the end for sure.
Well, they say that racing is quite a bit of a mental game, and I guess you proved that with trying to change how you view the track. Did the Did the dynamic track affect as well how you were racing it? Did you have to change the setup of the car to suit, if you thought you were going to do a long run or a short run?
Well, to be honest, I've always struggled short run pace. I mean, I think we saw that at the very beginning. I qualified 5th. I think I fell down to 6th right away. And even before I got collected in a couple of other guys' deal at the beginning, I just couldn't stay with guys like Pence. I think Reynolds was up there. A few other Mark Waltz. I think a few other guys. They were at Taft for sure. I was not the fastest guy in the short run, but just like Charlotte, that's my style. I'm better on the long run, and the longer it goes, the better. Those last few cautions, I was I was sweating big time. But no, as far as the dynamic track, I think it made a huge difference. I'm not sure about everybody else, but I felt like those last 50 laps or so, even though we got a chance to fresh tires like 2 or 3 times, I felt like the grip was lower than it had been all race. And yeah, I was making adjustments to my car throughout the race. And to be fair, I was damaged from that early deal, and I didn't take my free repair until the last, at about like lap 50. And when I actually hit the wall while leading like a dummy. But I still had my fast repair. So that actually really helped me at the end, because I'm not sure where everybody else was with their car, but mine was pretty fresh.
Well, again, congratulations on the win. Anybody you want to thank that helped make this one possible for you before we let you go?
No, absolutely. I got to thank Grandstand being on the side of the car, as well as the rig that I'm driving. Like I said, thanks to Mark Connell. But I want to thank everybody too that we were running with. There at the beginning, I think a lot of people were getting frustrated because it was honestly not our best showing between some of the starts and some of the stuff that we were doing on course. But it cleaned up pretty good. I want to give a shout out to the other guys from California here: Callisto, Beltrami, and Pitts. 4 of us in the top 10 from California. So we've had a bit of a rough year so far, but hell of a good run today. I can't tell you how happy I am.
All right, fantastic job out there. That was
Thanks
Michael
again.
Smitty Smith, the winner today here at the Southern 500. Up next, we have our second place driver. Had a great run at the end. He was up there towards most of the race, but certainly disappeared for a little while and then came back. And I believe Bill is going to be talking to Joe Nathan.
Joe, congratulations. You have a copy?
Yes, sir.
Hey, nice run in second place. Let's talk about the very end from that last restart. It looked like Smith was going to pull away from you, and then you were able to run him down. And my goodness, did you think you might be able to get him?
I knew I had a short run car, so I was expecting to eventually get in front if I had the opportunity, but I just couldn't complete it based on I had one run going into turn 1, but it's just so tight.
Now, was that your first, did you have to use a free repair, or was that your first car?
I didn't have to, but there was damage, so eventually I needed to.
Okay, let's talk about the track, the new iRacing dynamic track. I don't really want to talk about the tire wear so much. Just if the track changed from the beginning to the end, if you felt there was much difference, more grip, less grip, different lines. What do you think?
I felt like the first half of the race was pretty smooth, but then the once it got halfway through, then it got really loose.
Well, you had a great run. Second place, nice job. That's your best finish in this series?
Actually, it's my first run in the series, so.
Oh, that's
yeah.
right. That's right. I was saying that's your first run. Well, congratulations on a virgin second place there. We'll see if we can get a victory for you. Are you an oval racer or a road racer?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm more of an oval racer, but I haven't been a member of iRacing for so long. So, yeah, this is unexpected for me.
Real quickly, are you going to try these? Going to stick with them when they do the twisty stuff?
Like the road course?
Yeah.
With what car? The Formula One?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't handle those.
All right. Well, congratulations. We'll see you next time when you feel comfortable. Nice job on your first try.
All right. Thank you very much.
That was Joe Nathan, second place finisher here today at Darlington. Boy, if I'm an oval guy, I don't think I would try to step right into the F1 car there. Next up, we are going to be talking to Ethan Moore just outside of the podium with a fourth place finish today, and I believe James has him.
Ethan, this is James up here in the booth. You got a copy?
Yep, I got you.
Ethan, you had a great run tonight. You represented the Texas club well. I'm excited about that personally. Hopefully moved you up a couple more positions. You were in 7th before there. How was the car tonight? It seemed you were one of the cars to beat there during the middle of the run. How did that track affect the way that you drove?
Well, the track definitely tightened up for me as it started to rubber in and warm up. I wasn't quite getting the entry and the exit that I wanted, and was able to kind of combat that by making some adjustments to loosen it up during the run. Just little small stuff, and I was definitely a lot better on those long runs. I was able to conserve my tires a lot better than the rest of the guys, and I was actually one green flag pit stop we had. I think I still had 75% across the right front. And it really helped me catch guys in the long run. So that was a big help. But I forgot to start loosening it up towards the end again and got tight and was overdriving it trying to catch everybody and ended up putting it into the wall a couple times and slowing myself back down.
Yeah, it seemed like this was a race where you needed to be a lot more on top of the setups than you would in the past. Do you do more setup changes than say you would when we had the a static track?
Oh, by far. I remember static tracks never touching a setup. You leave it alone because it's not really getting tighter or looser. You're just making changes for the long run, and you should have done that in practice anyways. But yeah, you were definitely trying to think ahead at, okay, what's the track doing and how's this going to affect the way my car drives across a run, and how can I make that an advantage for me against other guys?
Well, how do you feel for Monza next week? Or in a few weeks?
I put a couple laps in for Monza next week, and I think my best time so far is like a 1:29. I don't know. I've never really done much with the F1 car, but I'm excited because I've wanted to drive that car for a while. It's a lot of fun. Very difficult, but it's a lot of fun. And just excited to get ready for that race next week.
Well, we wish you the best. Is there any other shout-outs or thanks that you want to give?
Yeah, I want to start out with the Texas Club. You guys are awesome. A lot of fun to race with. Always good guys, always helpful. Particularly Blake for that setup. It was wonderful in the long run. Also like to thank my girlfriend for putting up with this and allowing me to burn all my time during the week preparing for this one race. She knows I enjoyed it, and I really appreciate that.
Well, as a resident of the beautiful state of Texas, glad to have you running well, representing the club well, and we'll see you here next week.
Yeah, thanks. I just wish I could have paid Michael back for that Charlotte win.
That was Ethan Moore, our 4th place finisher here at Darlington tonight. One more interview to talk to, that is Adam Young. And let's pull him into the booth. I'm going to be talking to him tonight. Where did Adam Young finish? He finished in 11th, just a lap down. In fact, the first car a lap down. Adam, unfortunately, we saw that you had blown your engine towards the end. Was it damage from earlier on that finally caught up to you, or what happened there?
Oh, it was my own silly mistake, actually. I went into that last pit stop. I figured I'd take a big swing at it, try to do something from the tail end of the lead lap. Was able to get up to 7th, but put just a little bit too much tape on it.
Oh, that's
probably only like 5% too much.
Well, at least you were able to coast across the line at the end there. I've been talking to a lot of people about the dynamic track. Did you feel like it helped you open up your options at all throughout the race, or was it a little bit more unpredictable for you?
It was definitely different, and I got to compliment iRacing. Like, they've done a fantastic job getting this the dynamic track set up. Having to adjust the car in the middle of the race is something that I was completely unfamiliar with. I'm sitting here trying to fumble around with my keyboard under caution and stuff like that, and it was a fantastic experience, actually. I mean, that's what I went into this race looking at it as kind of a challenge, as an experience trying to survive 500 miles here and have to adjust the car at the same time.
I can only imagine, as I've done a 500-miler multiple times at Indianapolis. It's hard enough with a static track. I'm looking forward to having to adapt to it changing. Commiserations on finishing 11th. Hopefully you can crack the top 10 at least next time, and hopefully not have the car blow up at the end. So, but thanks for coming and talking to us.
Hey, not a problem. Always a pleasure, guys. And even though it was one of my worst oval finishes of the year so far, it was still a really good race.
Well, glad you had fun out there. That was Adam Young, 11th place finisher night at Darlington. It's been a long night for us. I think we're on hour 4 now. So we need to close up here at GSRC. First thing we got to do is thank some people. Our sponsors, first and foremost, Sentinel Shepherds, who did the Hard Charge Award. And actually, I'm going to have to ask my co-commentators to do that real quick for me and figure out who the Hard Charger was, because we unfortunately had neglected that, but we will get that award out. Sentinel Shepherds, obviously a very important sponsor. Tyee Kennels for sponsoring the Lucky Dog. Dallas Mustang for sponsoring the Texas Championship. And of course, Volt Vapes for sponsoring the B Column Championship. I'm trying to remember the Sportsman, excuse me. I had failed to make a note on that. The Sportsman Championship is the official name of that. Also thanks to Mike Willett, who is the organizer of this league and obviously puts in a lot of hard work from behind the scenes. We're getting some info on who the Hard Charger is.
Do they have to be on the lead lap?
You know, I don't know what the official
Well, then
rules
I'm gonna call it a 15 position pickup here by 2 drivers. Kyle Murphy 30th to 15th and Alan Haseback 29th to 14th. And if you want somebody on the lead lap, then it would be Wayne Hutchinson, who went 22nd to 9th. And there's your Hard Chargers.
There we go. We're going to split it up between 3 since it's hard to choose tonight, winning the Sentinel Shepherds Hard Charger Award. Of course, thanks to iRacing.com, XSplit, Twitch TV, Audio Technica, Behringer, and AverMedia. They're the software and hardware that we use to make these broadcasts possible. Thanks to the team today, obviously James, Kevin, and Bill. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, you can find it at www.globalsimracingchannel.com, along with archived races and upcoming broadcasts. We're also on Twitter at GSR Channel and Facebook at /GlobalSimRacingChannel. We love interacting with our fans on social media, so don't be afraid to leave us questions or tell us what you think of the broadcast. Thanks goes out to Dougie Beard, who creates all the camera sets for the Global Sim Racing channel, and a special thank you to Eric Ekholm and Casey Lalonde, who both provide music for our broadcast. You can buy Eric's music on iTunes and Spotify, and Casey's at caseylalonde.bandcamp.com. Next race, as we mentioned, that's going to be the F1 car, the Williams, at Monza, Sunday, September 20th at 5:45 p.m. Pacific. We also have upcoming races for other series on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. But until next time, race clean, race hard, and I'll see you on the track.